indulgence. Meritocracy was supposed to be our savior and was to be a cure for our ills, especially coming out of the plantocracy, culminating in the implementation and installation of free education and standardized testing, such as the common entrance. This has largely succeeded in allowing the then black underclass to become professionals and provide a foundation for their sons and daughters. Alas, this system has turned against us as the divide between the haves and the have-nots has been widened by, ironically, the same system which once saved us. Once the downtrodden, their sons and daughters are now part of a narrow elite which command the success and ultimate fruits from our education system. COVID-19 has exacerbated this problem, and access to basic resources hampers the development of our children. Too many of our children have fallen through the cracks, as the Honourable Member from St. Michael North alluded to earlier, and have been labeled as not bright solely because they did not succeed at one or two subjects. It is against that backdrop that I do applaud the ministry for reiterating the abolition of the exam. And what I would like the Honourable Minister and her team to address this Honourable Chamber today and the Barbadian public at large is, what timelines do we have for this ultimate reform, and give us a progress report.
Honourable Minister, could you please turn on your mic? We're still not yet hearing you, Honourable Minister. Still not hearing you. We're not hearing you, Honourable Minister. Could you switch your mic? Still not hearing you. There seemed to be a technical challenge. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move the suspension of the House until 3:05. Beg to move that you do not report progress to the Honourable Speaker, and beg for leave to sit again.
The question is that I do not report progress to His Honour the Speaker, and that's for me to say again. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to report progress, but I think you're aware that we're having some technical difficulties in the committee room. So therefore, beg to move the suspension of the House until 3.
Question that the Honourable Chamber stands suspended for 5 minutes. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This chamber stands suspended for 5 minutes. I think you're back, right?
Hey, you not hearing this? I'm talking in the mic. It should be. Yeah, but what I'm all I'm saying is
Is this working now?
This sitting is resumed. We shall continue in Standing Finance Committee.
Standing Finance Committee is resumed. Honourable Member for Sir Michael West. Minister, Honourable Minister, you were in the process of responding to questions raised by the Honourable Member for St. Michael West. You may now proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Are you hearing me at this time?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Well, the question that was raised was about the fact that we have had a tradition of the common entrance exam, what many call the common entrance exam, and that has been the basis on which persons have, our young people have been able to take an exam, score well on the test, and then be moved on into the secondary situation based on how they have scored and what the fact that there is the learning loss of some and that some may very well have been disadvantaged by the last couple of years where we were not in face-to-face school, how we are addressing that through the abolition of the common entrance exam, and when would that be? So that was my understanding of the question. The answer to that is the ministry has proposed and will propose so officially through a policy document that must go to cabinet. We are proposing, we are recommending that this be the last year for the Barbados Secondary Schools exam, which many people call the common entrance or others. However, I want to make it clear that this decision has to be a decision of cabinet, and at this stage, it is a recommendation from the ministry, and should the cabinet then agree to such, we have already started to explore ways in which we can seek to implement this in as seamless a manner as possible. And just to share some of what we're exploring again, it needs to be further ventilated with our partners, and as we come to final decision, and cabinet again would have to sign off. But I will invite Dr. Denny, who's the Director of Education Reform, to share some thoughts of what we are exploring at this stage, with there not being any final cabinet decision on the matter.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for your question, Honourable Minister. As Minister McConney indicated, subject to the approval of Cabinet, we are proposing that, having had the common entrance for the last time this year, that is in 2022, that means that our last set of students who will transition to the secondary school by virtue of that exam will happen in September 2022. We are proposing that the first set of students who transition under the new structure will transition in September 2023. So school year 2023-24 is identified as the first year that the new structure comes into being. It means that the students who are currently in class 3 at the primary level will be the first students to transition under the new structure. Now, they will be transitioning to a structure, a secondary structure that will change. We are proposing a change in the secondary structure. We are proposing that we have, and I think we have settled on the 2 levels being called junior, well, in terms of our recommendations to Cabinet, junior academies at the lower school level, that is 1st to 3rd forms, and academies of excellence at the upper school level. That will encompass what is now 4th and 5th forms, as well as the new proposed structure I spoke of earlier, where every student will have an opportunity to have a further 2 years instead of just the persons who are writing CAPE. So that second structure, called the Academy of Excellence, will be a 4-year program. Now, we are proposing to, as I said, transition from 2023. It means that the first set of students to complete the junior academy stage will do so in school year 2025-26. They will transition to the academies of excellence in school year 2026 to 2027. And the first set of students who will graduate from our school system under this entirely new structure will do so in 2029 to 2030. Now, we are currently looking at a number of things that will help us achieve the transitioning as we proposed. We are looking at how we are going to transition the students from primary to junior academy, and I think we are largely going to propose that it be on the basis of identification of the junior academies in a particular catchment, and then having primary schools feed into those junior academies. When it comes to transitioning from the junior academies to the academies of excellence, we have identified a number of inputs that we want to see made in order to transition students to the Academy of Excellence that is most appropriate for them. We are looking, for instance, at the profile of the students. What are they good at? What are their interests? What are their passions? What are the skills that they like engaging in? We are looking at how the students see themselves, what they think that they want to do. Then we are also going to take into consideration the feelings of the parents and guardians, the families, the school community. And we are looking at putting in place career guidance counselors who will help guide the students to select areas that they are likely to be successful with. So we are going to have the input from those career counselors as well. And then in the junior academies, we are going to expose them to a wide number of courses. They're going to do a core. There is going to be a core that if you go anywhere and say that you went to school in Barbados, people will know that you covered this core. But we are also going to expose them to a broad number of areas so that they can begin to get an understanding of what they're good at and what they're likely to succeed in later in life. We are also going to give them the opportunity to explore and discover as part of that wide exposure. And we are going to expose them to experiences which they will garner through that exposure, through that exploration, through that discovery. And then they will be in a position to make a choice and to take a pathway. So we are finalizing a number of things, but as the minister said, we have identified some timelines that we are going to put to cabinet, and once we make that presentation to cabinet, I would say around the end of March, and cabinet approves, then we are going to engage in more public consultation to let people know what it is we are proposing and to get input before we finalize the actual program. Thank you.
Ms.
Go ahead, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Minister, we did not hear you.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, and thank you, Dr. Denny, for that response. I only have one more question. During my tenure at St. Leonard's as the chairman in the constituency that I now serve, it was very apparent that the boys possessed many alternative skill sets which didn't necessarily fit neatly into the curriculum. I was very happy to hear earlier in the interaction between the Honourable Member from St. Michael North and the Honourable Minister and Dr. Denny that the curriculum will be transformed and reformed to reflect skill sets that will train our children to the new skills of the new global economy. And I want to take the time to also commend your predecessor, the Honourable Member from St. Michael Southeast, for her expansion of robotics in the schools. And that's also key to, along with coding, as the Chief Education Officer mentioned. Now, I heard that there was a plan to explore linkages with the Ministry of Agriculture, specifically in attending to plots. But I'm wondering if you would be open to expanding that to also, in keeping with coding and robotics, to expand that to expose the children to the processes of agrotech, specifically greenhouse farming and container farming. I know the Honourable Minister from St. Philip South has a program that he mentioned in his presentation of trying to get freight farming going in this country.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Certainly the linkages to which we spoke as it related in, as you referred to, in agriculture, I would want to invite the Permanent Secretary at this time to share a bit about some of the projects that we are working on as it relates to agriculture and the linkages that we're seeking to create there, including ones that will determine how best we are able to use technology in agriculture. And I'll ask Dr. Brathwaite, Dr. Brathwaite, to also share some of the work that we have been doing to ensure that after the secondary level, there may also be some opportunities there for us to take agriculture and technology and alternative technologies in agriculture as well as agro-processing to another level.
Thank you, Minister. Now, the Ministry of Education is embarking on developing 2 projects which are funded by China. And these are basically the Hope Agricultural Project and the Jukes Project. The Hope Agricultural Training Center.
Madam PS, I hate to interrupt, would you kindly formally introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry,
Thank you.
Chair. Betty Aline Headley, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training. The Ministry of Education is embarking on a number of projects which are embedded in 2 projects that are being funded by the Chinese government. The 2 projects are the Hope Agricultural Training Project, which is at Hope Road, St. Lucie, and the Jukes, which is under the UWI Center for Food Security and Entrepreneurship. And both of these would have been conceptualized by the Ministry of Education back in 2008. Now, both of the projects were selected for funding at approximately 74 million Barbados dollars. And a feasibility study would have been completed in 2018 for the implementation agreements to be signed by the Ministry of Education and the People's Republic of China. The project at Hope is expected to be completed within a 15-month period, and that training facility would primarily support programs in agriculture at the tertiary level institutions, along with primary and secondary schools in the north participating. That facility is designed to provide practical training facilities on 45 acres of land, which will focus on both livestock rearing and crop production. In addition, there will be provision for residence hall for students, demonstration facilities for fruit and vegetable processing, greenhouse technologies, abattoir management, and research lab for facilities and students, for faculty and students, The project will commence with the rearing of livestock, inclusive of black-belly sheep. At this point, that project is about to commence, but currently the Ministry of Education is waiting on some logistics to be completed on the side of the Chinese in order to determine the cost analysis for preliminary works which must be undertaken to supply the utilities and drainage to that facility. But once that is done, that is expected to start within another couple of months. The Juke project, on the other hand, which was conceptualized by the University of the West Indies as a development facility to be used for agriculture, food security, and entrepreneurship. And that is aimed to promote both innovation in non-traditional areas, as well as adding value for opportunities for crop production, which would result in economic benefits to the University of the West Indies and all of its contributing countries. It would also have capacity building in research and development and training in science and technology at the Cayfield campus. I would say at this point that this project, the Jukes project, is more advanced than the project at Hope from the point of view that all the construction designs have been completed, and we are at the point where the utilities can be installed at that project. And once that is completed, then the Chinese would be ready to begin the construction process. Now, with respect to, there are one or two things that are kind of hinging both of the projects from starting. And this is the Shanghai Construction Company has been awarded the bid to carry out the construction on both projects. At this stage, we are working with both companies, with the Shanghai Construction Companies, to get both projects off the ground. What I would want to say at this point is that the Chinese are experiencing some difficulty in terms of being able to get all of their paperwork completed out of China, but nonetheless, they have engaged the services of a lawyer to help them with that process so that that can be completed through KIPO. Once that is completed, both projects are expected to commence within the next couple of months. The ministry has submitted to the cabinet and would have been granted approval for consultancy to assist the ministry in terms of getting guidance from a project consultant to provide advice with respect to the operationalization of both projects by the time both projects are completed in 2023. So we are not waiting until the projects have been completed to make a determination as to what we want to happen, what we want to happen on both of the projects as far as it relates to the development of as far as it relates to developing agriculture in Barbados and the school system. Now, once these facilities are built, the objectives are to develop individuals with skills, knowledge, and competencies to engage in production and processing of food for the nation. The intention is also to for the advancement of careers in agriculture, training of teachers in agriculture and food science, as well as continuing education to all persons with an interest in agriculture, including the average person. Promote research, innovation, and development in agriculture, thereby tackling the problem of food security and encouraging entrepreneurship. It will also allow for the creation of a pool of human talent which can maintain and sustain progressive, competitive, and diversified food and agricultural sector. At this point, Minister, we can ask Dr. Chelston Brathwaite to go into the details as it relates to operationalizing these two projects at the end of 2023 or thereabout.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Member, you raised two concerns. One, certainly that the fact that some of the curriculum was not attractive to boys. And that is one of the areas as we explore the academies of excellence. You will see that there the attempt is to ensure that multiple intelligences and interests are actually represented through the academies of excellence, so that there are pathways for boys and girls alike that we believe will capture the interest, the imagination, and the natural bent of all concerned. We have not described in detail the academies of excellence and what they will focus on at this stage. Again, as we said, we have not yet received the permission for the policy. However, once that permission is given, we will certainly explore more. Certainly technology is one to which you had referred. That's one of the areas that we've proposed. Agriculture is another, and there are other areas that are to be the focus of those academies of excellence. This is a long answer, but very quickly, you had spoken secondly about the linkages. And I wanted Dr. Brathwaite to speak because I know he has been having, on behalf of our ministry, and the ministry itself, I believe the former minister also was engaged in conversations with regards to agriculture being an integral part of the work the ministry is doing that creates linkages with education. And I just asked Dr. Brathwaite to speak briefly, as we know the time is short, on the matter of the linkages with agriculture.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Distinguished members of Parliament, Minister, colleagues, I rise to make the case for a renewed agricultural sector in Barbados that would seek to address the significant vulnerability that our economy faces in relation to its weakness in its susceptibility to food insecurity.
Dr. Brathwaite, I hate to interrupt, but please formally introduce yourself for the records of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chelston Brathwaite, consultant with the Ministry of Education Thank you. Continuing then, Chairman, Minister, the agricultural sector has great potential, not only to address the challenges of food insecurity, which have been exposed by the COVID pandemic and the current conflict between Russia and Ukraine, but also to provide an area of work and a sector that can help to diversify the Barbados economy. The projects that have been described together will help us to facilitate the acquisition of new skills in technology and innovation, will help to strengthen the nexus between agricultural knowledge and field experiences, will help to address a significant skills deficit that has been identified by the Food and Agriculture Ministry that exists in our country with respect to the availability of technical skills for production and agro-processing and adding value added to our products. The training will emphasize the linkages between agriculture and health, between agriculture and tourism, and will promote a multidisciplinary approach that is critical to the social and economic development of our country. The emphasis will not be on traditional agriculture, as we know it in this country. It's been dominated by sugarcane production for centuries, but will emphasize food and nutrition, and will emphasize food security in order to provide healthy food for our nation that can help to reduce the incidence of non-communicable diseases, which, as we know, is a threat to our economic development. In that regard, the work has shown that current programs lack emphasis on the multidimensional role of agriculture in national development. No emphasis has been placed on the linkages between agriculture and nutrition, agriculture and health, or agriculture and tourism, and very little between agriculture and manufacturing. The time has come, in my view, for agriculture to play its specific role and its critical role in the development of our country, where we can have a system for training people to occupy positions that are required by the food and agricultural sector, and that can provide the sector with the human resources that have been identified by the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. The need for a facility with more space for practical, experiential learning is vital for agricultural education. We have noticed that in the current dimension, the institutions that are providing this training do not have the space for practical orientations and for research and innovation. In addition, we have discovered that because there is lack of agricultural training at the Cave Hill campus of the University of the West Indies, and that the Faculty of Agriculture of the university is based in Trinidad and Tobago, that there has been little emphasis on research in agriculture and training for agriculture in Barbados. In fact, we discovered that between the period 2015 and 2020, only 5 graduates were produced by the University of the West Indies for Barbados. The Chief Agricultural Officer has pointed out to me in discussions that this lack of expertise in Barbados in agriculture has been a limited factor in moving the sector forward. And consequently, the investments that we plan to make in these 2 initiatives at Hope and at the Duke's Plantation in St. Thomas will provide the human resources that are critical for moving the sector forward. We hope to provide training in such areas as greenhouse technology, biotechnology, critical to moving the sector forward. And we believe that as students begin to understand the opportunities and the potential that exists for them to be trained in food technology, in mechanization of agriculture, in things like genetically modified foods, in pesticide management, in farm equipment maintenance, the use of solar energy in agriculture, aquaculture and aquaponics, that we will see a new attitude of students to agriculture in our country. I believe, therefore, that these projects have great potential to transform the agricultural sector in Barbados and provide a new vision going forward. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Thank you, Dr. Bradford. Chair, I yield to you.
Honourable Member for Christ Church West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The first question I have for the Minister, I hope it isn't a little unfair. Maybe it would better pose to the Permanent Secretary. But it goes to people who are constantly contacting me about payments for scholars, exhibitioners, and so on, that are being paid very late. This is tuition payments, subsistence payments, and it is causing significant hardship on many of these families. And you must understand that sometimes these are young children, 18, young adults, 18, 19, 20, being in a foreign country, sometimes with no support mechanisms whatsoever. Often, the parents don't have the wherewithal or the means to be able to support them and supplement the tuition while awaiting payments for their tuition from the government of Barbados. And I would ask, if this is in fact the case, then why are we having this problem with late payments for tuition and subsistence for our scholars and exhibition winners? That's my first question.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'm going to pass this question to the Permanent Secretary. We had this discussion as recently as this morning, sir. PS?
Thank you, Minister. And let me say straight off that the Ministry of Education will apologize to the House, to the Minister, to Barbadians, to students, if in any way the ministry has caused any pain, discomfort, embarrassment to any students overseas. I want to say that the transfer of payments to overseas students, and I will at some point, Minister, ask the Financial Controller to weigh in as well, is a collaboration between the Ministry of Education, the Treasury, and the Central Bank of Barbados. Now, when transfers are made, when payments are made, they're keyed in the system, and certain information is required in order to fully complete the process. Now, you need information such as details, your bank account, getting your address right, the university, and so on. And if for some reason there is an error in terms of anything, the street, the zip code, that can require that, can impact in terms of the payment reaching the student on time, among other things. Now, having said all of that, the ministry, recognizing that there are challenges in this regard, had a meeting with, and it is a discussion that came up not only for the Ministry of Education, it came up at the level of permanent secretaries having similar challenges with the transfer of the payments through the Treasury to the Central Bank of Barbados. And there were a number of commonalities that came up. So a determination would have been made to have a meeting with the Accountant General to see how we can put a mechanism in place to make good some of these issues. The Ministry of Education, prior to that meeting, had on its own initiated a meeting with the Accountant General as well, and it would have lent some, seek to address some of the problems as far as it relates to the narrative that was required when submitting the information in Cloud Suite. Now, one of the biggest challenges that the ministry has is that when the information is keyed into Cloud Suite, and if I can just use the word transfer so that the general person can understand what I'm saying, there is no mechanism to report back to the ministry electronically to say this transaction has been sent successfully, or this transaction, there is additional information needed, there is an error. The error is unfortunately only pointed out when the Central Bank or the Treasury or the individual themselves report back to indicate that we have not received these funds. And it is very troubling because it is a question that I would ask to the Treasury, what can be done, or to the Central Bank, what can be done to inform the ministry at an early point that there is a problem that needs to be addressed. And if the Ministry of Finance, for whom the Central Bank and the Treasury falls under, can help in this way, I am sure that that in itself would help to address the problems that all of us are experiencing at the level of all the ministries, because it is not an issue that is common to the Ministry of Education alone. Thank you.
Thank you, PS. At least it's clear that you recognize that it is a significant problem and that you're taking steps to rectify it. And that is certainly encouraging. My second question has to do with the specialist schools. And Minister, as you're aware, as I, in the Canadian education system, they have this concept of specialist schools, specialist high schools, where a school, even although it covers all of the subjects, it does specialize in the arts, for instance, whereas another school will specialize in business, a third in sports, a fourth in science, and then that helps the children then to be able to have the general education, but also have the specialist facilities at the individual schools. I do recall that there was some suggestion that we'd be moving in that direction through the Ministry of Education and our schools. Can you enlighten me and the House, and by extension the people of Barbados, if you're still going in that direction, what are your plans for specialist schools, if any? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Christchurch West. Yes, that is the direction we are heading. We call them academies of excellence, to which I referred earlier, and I will ask Dr. Denny to share the academies of excellence that we are exploring. Again, Cabinet has not signed off, so this is part of our proposal.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Minister, you have actually hit the nail on the head. That is the exact direction in which we are proposing to go. We are at this point in time looking at setting up academies in commerce, finance, and accounting services, sports, health and social care, food science and agriculture, hospitality, tourism and the blue economy, science and mathematics, media and communication, visual and performing arts, technology and digital innovation, the built environment, and humanities and education services. And those are some of the ones that we have identified today. We are open if there are other academies of excellence that we could put in place. We are open to other suggestions. But we recognize that the programs that we are putting in place cannot be the same old, same old. Thank you, Minister.
Okay, thank you. Clearly, that is a move in the right direction, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel, by the way. This is being done very, very successfully in Ontario. My daughter was able to benefit from it for the performing arts point of view, and did tremendously well with the performing arts academies. My third and final question has to do with an age-old problem, which is the school meals building, which is still unfinished. And it is a real problem. It's something that we as an administration came in and found. And I would ask the Minister and by extension our PS, what plans, what remedial work do you have, or what remedial plans do you have to get that building finally finished and in use for the people of Barbados? Obviously, the fact that we have not had face-to-face school, it meant that there wasn't that great need and push. But now that we've moved back, that great need and push is all the more relevant now today. So if, Minister, you could advise me as to when you will actually get that facility finally completed and what you'd have to do to get that done. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, I imagine you're speaking about the school meals. There are several. So which school meals facility to which one are you referring to?
In 6 Roads. The one in 6 Roads that's still incomplete, that was first started under the previous administration, has not been completed, and we're still waiting for it to be completed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Considerable work was done by the previous minister responsible for education, as well as other members of cabinet who worked with independent consultants to be able to resolve some of the issues and disputes regarding that property. I'm happy to say that we have been able to settle the 3 major issues that were holding this up, and we are now seeking to move to cabinet at this stage to get permission to move forward given the recommendations. I'm going to ask Mr. Francisco Miller to expand on the rest.
Thank you, Minister. Just to be brief in that the arbitration work has been completed. We would have brought in an independent consultant, a QS, as well as a project manager. And they would have entered into negotiations on our behalf with the contractor and the subcontractors. An agreement was reached on the 12th of January, and that was signed off by all parties involved in terms of the final cost, the cost to complete, any losses incurred, and any additional costs that would have came about. Now, we would have prepared a paper and submitted to cabinet to approve the recommendations put forward by the project manager, as well as the independent QS. So this project will be completed in 6 months. There's a new 6-month date in order to complete that there. So once approval is given, within 6 months, the project will be completed. I would also say that we would have asked for supplementary. There's some items on in the contract, some long lead items that we have to order early because of the disruption in the global supply chain. We are awaiting a decision on that so that we can get it on island. It is expected to take probably about 3 months or so we don't want to wait till we get into the construction phase to place the order. So things are well in train in that regard.
Mr. Miller, the only thing I would say is that I know the Prime Minister well, and if you say 6 months, she says she wanted it in 3. And for a project that has been going on so long, for you to accept 6 months, I think maybe you need to look at those numbers again and expedite it. because now that you are back to face-to-face, more than anything else, you're going to need that facility. And maybe you need to look and see if you can make it faster. But I thank you for your candid nature, and obviously when it gets to cabinet, we will have a lot more to say. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, congratulations on your appointment, and I want to congratulate the ministry for helping to respond to a very challenging environment over the last 2 years for educating our children. And obviously getting back to face-to-face, I think it is important that we all recognize that as a country, we must lead at all levels. And I think that the ministry certainly must make sure that within each school, each institution, that the leadership understands the responsibility that they have for determining the future of the country. I thank you, sir, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity, because this is the first time I've had a chance to ask a few questions in this debate. I promised the ministry I won't ask about money. At least questions be asked. But I am happy to hear about the intended reforms. I think they're long overdue. But there are a couple of matters that I want to raise this afternoon in the context of that said reform that has me a little concerned, and I'll introduce them from this perspective. I went to Wednesday Hall Boys School, and this was before it became junior school, when it became co-ed. I asked this question 3 years ago in the context of what I see happening in my constituency as it relates to the fact that we have Christchurch girls at one end of Water Street, and we have Milton Lynch at the other end of Water Street. And the context within which we've all heard expressed very clearly the challenges that exist within communities. But when those children from around Kingston, Gore Hill, Wharton, Lodge Road, and the surrounding communities leave whatever challenges that exist within their homes, and the boys go to Milton Lynch and the girls go to Christchurch Girls, we see two very clear sets of academic records. And this has nothing to do with reforms or otherwise, but the system that is currently being executed by the Ministry of Education. We see very clear differences with respect to performance as it relates to the boys relative to the girls. And I think it is important that as we embark on any reform effort, that we understand very clearly what it is we're trying to do in this country with all of our students. But as it relates to the boys within that catchment area, as I said then, up until that point, there were 5 principals in 6 years at that primary school, which cannot in any way lead to any stability, any planning at all. And having said that, this was February of 2019, the principal was changed, and he was there for 2 years, and who was now since passed, Mr. Everton Briggs, and may his soul rest in peace. But he was transferred before the beginning of this financial year, and now we have another principal at the boys' school. And all I'm asking of the Ministry of Education is, what exactly is the end game for Milton Lynch, given that we have seen a measure of stability within the context of education in that part of Christchurch? And it concerns me because I know well what happens in the context of learning in a boys' school. I have wonderful memories of my days at Wednesday Hall, and I feel that the ministry can do better by not just the boys at Milton Lynch, but I think the families around that area, certainly in my constituency, but also for the member of Christchurch West Central as well, because there is something not quite right with respect to what happens when these students enter or leave their homes and enter school, that we can see year after year either changes at the leadership level of the principal or changes with respect to the teachers. And would like to know what specifically the ministry is doing as it relates to this. But before I ask for the response, Minister, and I know that this is not for you necessarily to be able to answer at this particular point in time, I will ask the other part of my question, Chair, as it relates to the way that access is done to schools. Because the same way that we are talking about reform and creating new schools, I want to put it on the table here, that at Blackman Gollop, which is the other end of the constituency, Mr. Chairman and Minister, I have a situation where I have constituents from St. David's who cannot seem to get a place at Blackman Gollop. But, sir, no offense to anybody, I can see license plates on mornings with T's, with P's, with J's dropping off at the school. So I'm saying that as we go forward to ensure that we create this atmosphere of equity, and I say so with all sincerity, we cannot have a situation in this country where we are creating what I may view, sir, or any of us may view as private public schools, when the people in the very neighborhood, sir, that we are all sent here to represent, that their children cannot get into a school which has been built specifically to be able to provide educational services. So I want to know what is happening with respect to the access and what is happening with respect to the boys as it relates to Milton Lynch and the ministry's response. So we're either going to continue to have Milton Lynch boys, or we're going to find a solution for it which will see the same benefits, sir, that we see with respect to the girls who are their sisters, 200 meters up, and see a better outcome. I don't know, Minister, if who you may want to have tackle that, but I think it is sufficiently important for the country to be aware what is happening with respect to just the access, but also what's happening to Milton Lynch Boys School.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It is certainly our intention to make sure that the best outcomes, quality outcomes, are there for all persons, all male and female. And we certainly will be working towards that. I know that some changes have indeed been done, and I'm going to ask the Chief Education Officer to speak to those adjustments that are being made. And then I'm going to ask the Deputy Chief Education Officer, Joy Adamson, to speak to the situation of principals and the placements in catchment areas, allowing access for persons in the catchment areas of the schools.
Thank you for your question, Honourable Minister. It is indeed an excellent observation with regard to Christchurch Girls' School and the Milton Lynch School. I can tell you that one of the things that we want to do more so moving forward is to make decisions based on the evidence that exists. And I didn't say doing for the first time, but doing more so moving forward. Milton Lynch, of course, is a school that was brought to my attention when I first assumed office at the Ministry of Education. And since it was brought to my attention, we have had meetings with the principal of that school with regard to the activities, the staff, the programming, to determine exactly what the issues are at the school. After the concerns had been raised and some preliminary investigations had been done, changes were made to the staffing at Milton Lynch. We recognize that we have a school full of boys, and of course, boys learn differently to girls. For boys, we need programs like Boy Scouts. You know, they need to be able to run around and have more authentic type experiences. They need to have a curriculum that is very meaningful, that is very relevant. At this point, we are still collecting the information, and as we get concrete evidence, we tweak and make changes to suit. I can tell you that we will continue to conduct that research, and based on our findings, we will make the relevant changes, relevant placements at the school to ensure that the boys are able to reach their full potential as the girls at Christchurch Girls are reaching their full potential. But it is a situation that has come to our attention, and we are actively working on finding solutions for that school. Thank you.
Joy Adamson. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chief. Honorable Ministers, members of the House. I'm Joy Adamson, Deputy Chief Education Officer responsible for schools. And I want to agree with the Honorable Minister Strawn, because we always saw this as a kind of anomaly where we have on one street students coming from the same house and the differences. And the Chief would have explained that we have been looking at the staff. We've chosen the principal that is assigned there now. We are training the staff. We've had sessions with the parents also at Milton Lynch. So because we realize also at the ministry that households treat girls differently to boys as well. And although they're coming from the same household, sometimes the girls are given the extra assistance and even extra tools while the boys are not. So we are working assiduously to make sure that we address the concerns that you have raised, because we've also realized them as well. We've spent some money on the plant, and we've put things in place so that the boys would have the access, the computers, and we selected the staff, handpicked some of the males that we actually put into the staff. So we are working on Milton Lynch, and we are trying really, hopefully, to make sure that two schools become on par. To your second question, sir, as it relates to Blackman and Gollop, and that's not the only school that you see card numbers from all over. There are some schools that persons have selected as choice schools, and they try wherever possible to get in. At the ministry, we have told those principals before they accept any student, when you are applying, you have to submit that form to the ministry so that we will so that we make sure that you have students in the catchment area. And therefore, there are 5 or 6 schools that we actually work with the principals in the selection. And if you have any child in the catchment area, as long as they're in the catchment area, we have worked with the principals and they are to take those students. So if you're aware of any, or any of your colleagues are aware, you can contact the ministry, because we will speak to the principal. You must take the children in the catchment area first and then others. So we are working on those schools to make sure that the students are not in any way disadvantaged, because the school is placed there for everybody, especially the ones in the catchment area first. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the responses. The truth is that having raised this question 3 years ago, I believe that I know that COVID-19 certainly has had a significant impact, but we really must make sure that we do better by these boys and these families, because I feel that, and I can see some of the interventions that were made at the school, so I'm not saying that things haven't been done, but as school resumes now, I think we must have with the staff, and I've spoken to the principal, and I shared my issues with him, given what I understood was taking place before, and I give certainly the ministry the assurance that I will do all that I can within the context of the communities to be able to help bring greater access, if you like, and opportunities for the young boys and the young girls. But I think that this is something that is particularly peculiar that we must find a resolution to. Let me move to my next question, Mr. Chair, because and it's related to special needs. And I would say, I'll ask the ministry from the perspective that the approach to dealing with special needs, I think, needs a complete overhaul. And I say so, one, given that my son is autistic. I have constituents with autistic children and other special needs requirements. And I recall from my own experience 10 years ago, sorry, when my son was diagnosed with autism, that having approached certainly the ministry in trying to get access to information and all these types of things, you have a very good officer at the ministry in relation to the special needs education. But I think the system isn't quite actively responding early enough, given from my own observation, and certainly from that of parents who have children with autism and other disabilities, that we are not seeing as cohesive a response early enough, Minister, to provide the kind of diagnostic intervention early enough that will actually make a difference, I think, to the lives of persons with special needs. Now, over the course of certainly I can only speak to what I have observed, certainly from this position, in the last 3.5 years or so. And I can say that most of the interventions that, as it relates to provisioning for special needs, have really come from, I want to say, my side to the Ministry of Education, as opposed to coming from the Ministry of Education to our side. And I don't say so because I want to necessarily give special treatment to special needs education. But I believe that given that there was intended to be a process whereby there would have been greater integration of special needs, or mainstreaming, for lack of a better term, special needs students into the main population for education, to learn alongside typically developing children. I haven't seen enough of a policy response, or even requests certainly coming from our side to be able to provide resources to achieve this. And I say so given that I have had to, certainly in the last year, because of the pandemic, and regrettably, I know a number of persons who don't have the resources that my wife and I may have to do so. Whether it is the therapies, the coordination of it, I don't know what's happening with the Children Development Center in terms of the speed with which the assessments can be done early enough to ensure that we can develop a well-coordinated set of responses, because we have to be running all over the place as parents of children with special needs, trying to not just get information, but access to different therapies that will assist our children to be able to cope in a very difficult environment. And therefore, I want to ask of the ministry, what is the current planning and pace of execution for properly coordinating the response from a therapy perspective as it relates to special needs? I've not seen a paper in 3 years in relation to how even to make requests with respect to financial support or anything at all as it relates to parents with special needs. And I would like to know what it is that the ministry has in mind with respect to, on top of the resources you already have, how we can get greater support for parents and children who have special needs requirements, to be able to ensure that with all the other reforms that are taking place, that if we can truly achieve mainstreaming persons with special needs to learn alongside typically developing children, then I know that our education system will truly start to respond to every single Barbadian. So I would like to hear from the ministry, what are the current plans to address the concerns of parents like myself who have children with special needs? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I completely agree with you that there's a need for us to do more to make sure that those students with special needs are proper, their challenges are properly addressed and their aspirations too are catered for, and that we're able to provide the kind of instruction and the kind of environment that will allow them to thrive. I'm going to ask Kay Sargent, who is our Senior Education Officer with responsibility for student support services, to speak to the additional work we have already started to do with regards to special needs. We've been able also to identify where we are seeing a large number of students presenting with the needs for us to be able to address, and we are considering at this time, still exploring the possibility of converting a particular school to a special needs school, to provide additional resources and to bring on additional professionals to be able to support us in that area. I will ask Kay Sargent to speak to what we're doing right now, but I also want to share with you that there is in our reform, the proposed reform to, policy and agenda, one of the reform objectives is to develop and implement a national diagnostic assessment at school entry. That means that we are doing the kind of diagnostic work and assessment early on in the process. It is something we are not now doing, and it would be something new that we would be seeking to bring on board. We are also seeking to develop and implement a profiling system that will also track student movement and placement and progress. That will allow us not just to diagnose, but to see how impactful, how effective any intervention that is made is able to help them to get better outcomes. And of course, to develop a policy and a strategy for teaching children with special educational needs. That is not as fully fleshed out now as it is. So that last element is where we are looking to go as it relates to reform. I will also now, as I said, invite Kay Sargent to speak to this matter, and also Erdiston. They are doing a diploma in early detection because it is literacy, diagnostic testing for literacy as well as they are providing additional instruction for teachers who will be required to address and deal with special needs in a manner that is appropriate. So I'll invite Kay Sargent.
Thank you, Minister. Kay Sargent, Senior Education Officer in Student Support Services. And thank you for the opportunity to share with you some of the activities that we're doing in special education. One of the critical factors that we acknowledge within the ministry is the teaching and learning process within our schools. We felt that we needed to enhance the skill sets of all teachers across nursery, primary, and secondary schools. And as the minister would have drawn to your attention, we are engaging in a teacher training. We have to recognize that there are children with special needs in every school in Barbados. And so therefore, we feel strongly that every teacher must be exposed to strategies and methodologies that will allow them to ensure that every student within their class reaches their full potential. You spoke of the Children's Development Center, and the Children's Development Center is under the agencies of the Ministry of Health. Whilst we have a very close collaboration and our officers work closely with the officers from that department and from that ministry, I feel that I would speak more towards what we are doing to enhance the services of the Children's Development Center. I know that they are inundated with many cases, and so we have, through the student support services, used financial resources allotted to us to engage in assessment as well as intervention strategies to assist some of these families, sir, that you were speaking of. For example, we do engage the services of a private applied behavioral therapists, and this is usually used with students who have communication and behavioral disorders, such as children with autism. We also engage the services of speech and language therapists who will undergo the assessment as well as blocks of intervention strategies. So we hope by adding some of these supplementary services to what is being offered through the Ministry of Health that we can progress with students' ability to access education. The teacher training at Erdeston, which is a certificate I would have mentioned before, which is available to all teachers across the system. In addition to that, over the last couple of years, we have sought to strengthen teachers who are in special education schools. For example, in the teaching of students who are blind or visually impaired, or students who are hearing impaired. And so not only are we looking at students in mainstream schools or special schools, we're looking at students who have specific disabilities so that we can ensure that they can take advantage of their education. We also spend a lot of time with parents. Now, you are correct in saying that parents do have challenges in finding solutions to some of their children's education. And so we facilitate many parent and guardian workshops. We use any means necessary to get parents on board. We also use the other officers who are assigned to the student support services to be part of that parent education program. We conduct psychological assessments for many of the students, because through these assessments then we can determine what are the specific learning challenges, what are the specific diagnoses that were needed in order to put a learning program in place. In addition to the many staff that the department would recently have been privy to, we also had an addition to the special needs section of the department in the form of specialized teachers who go around to schools in support of the teachers to provide them with strategies and methodologies in the development of individual educational plans so that students can remain in the inclusive society where they can share and learn amongst their peers. Thank you, Minister.
Is that to say that the ministry provides support for educational aids to parents? Because I'm not aware that that was the case.
We do not provide support. How we provide support is to the teachers in them providing a teaching and learning environment for the child with special needs.
I'm not sure I'm clear on the answer, because I thought the purpose was to provide greater assistance with respect to allowing persons to integrate into mainstream. So I thought what I heard, maybe I misunderstood, that if you're going to be mainstreaming people, in that they were given the support to be able to learn alongside typically developing students. Did I misunderstand that?
So the support is in the support of the teacher in the learning, teaching environment. So not, in other words, not an aide sitting down in the classroom supporting the child. That would be the distinction.
So if I'm hearing correctly, there's no consideration for such an approach?
We have made in the past proposals for such an approach, but we have not been successful in those proposals at this time. It is something that we should be looking at, but at this time we have not been given that go-ahead to do that.
Okay. Minister, I think I'll end this discussion here, and thank your team for the responses, and I'll follow up certainly at a later date with respect to resourcing. Mr. Chairman, I'm conscious of the time, so thank you very much for the opportunity to ask these few questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'll be quick with my questions. Some of the areas I think have been touched already, like the testing and the curriculum reform. I'm pleased to hear the reforms. I look forward to the rolling out. I know that as members of Parliament representing people predominantly who have already gone through the system, there will be some questions, in some cases some discomfort, and I thank ministry officials for sharing so fully. I think we are now better equipped to be able to help you with sharing that information with our constituents. I'd want to begin by thanking the former minister, Honourable Member for St. Michael's Southeast. I'm a parish, I'm waxing a little bit parochial, but St. Peter is happy, remains grateful that work has started to reopen the Alma Parish School. And when I hear about curriculum reform, I know that Alma Parish is a part of it, because our mantra has been, and it has to continue being, that no child is to be left behind. So I just want to begin by making that statement. A question that I have, and this stems both from my upbringing, my current circumstances, as well as hearing persons in my constituency, the matter of discipline. Now, I don't have to repeat how many of us have grown up, and the fact that we see sometimes discipline through a particular lens. The question that I have, because I've lived a life with teachers all around me, and one sometimes may get the feeling that teachers feel in some scenarios helpless in relation to maintaining order and maintaining an environment that is conducive to learning. And I am particular in my own thinking to focus on learning rather than teaching. The question that I have is, how in this modern era, let me put it that way, because my constituents will understand me in that regard. In this modern era, with corporal punishment on the way out or gone, how is order maintained? How do teachers ensure, and parents as well, ensure that their children can learn in an environment that is conducive to learning? Sometimes we hear or get the impression that nothing really can be done when there is disruption or attempts at disruption by some children. What is it that is being used, and how effective is it in maintaining a certain level of discipline?
Honourable Member, I share with you the need for us to make sure that discipline continues to be an important hallmark of our education system. There is a school positive behavior management program, which I am going to ask the Chief Education Officer to speak to, as well as our Deputy Chief Education Officer, Mrs. Adamson.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. As the Minister stated, within the schools, we have the School Positive Behavior Management Program. You are right, the Honourable Member. We are not in the business of using corporal punishment. However, research has shown that there are ways that you can guide a student in the right direction by using positive reinforcement and by using what is called negative reinforcement. Of course, in our schools, when students do things that are commendable, we can give tangible rewards. You know, you can tell them good job, you can commend them. It doesn't always have to be tangible. It can be tangible and intangible. Or what you can do, you can take away something from them that would deter them from engaging in a particular behavior, prevent them from participating in some kind of activity that they find to be fun. So that is the direction in which we are moving, because research shows that those methods of guiding behavior actually work. Now, you spoke about teachers feeling powerless, but I've also heard of reports of positive reinforcement and negative reinforcement working in the schools. Teachers are tasked with delivering instruction, facilitating instruction, and they're also tasked with managing the classroom. And we know that facilitating instruction is a difficult job in itself, because you have so many different personalities in the classroom. And then we have to add classroom management to that. Research again has shown that the teachers who are very solid when it comes to instruction, teachers that have high instructional quality, have very low incidences of bad behavior in the classroom. That is not to say that we have teachers who are extremely good and you know, they don't find any instances of bad behavior, but when they do find the instances, they're able to deal with them accordingly. Within the school, there's a structure. Of course, if teachers find in the classroom that the children are not complying, the teacher can, of course, report the behavior to after trying to deal with the student, and the student doesn't comply, that teacher can go to the head of department or the year head or the senior teacher, who can then take it to the principal, and there is support. There's a structure of support for the teacher. That is the way that it should work, and that is the way that it mostly works. So the School Positive Behavior Management Program, in terms of the reinforcement and finding ways to address the children without using corporal punishment, has been very much effective. At this time, with the Minister's permission, I will turn over to Mrs. Joy Adamson, the Deputy Chief Education Officer.
Thank you, Madam Chief. Colleagues, I think the Chief would have covered most of the areas that we are looking at for this school's positive behavior management program. What I also want to add is that we would have had sessions not only with teachers, but with all of the ancillary staff, with all of the support staff. We've had sessions with bus drivers. We've worked with the extracurricular groups, the scouts, all of the civic groups associated with the school. So we are training all of the individuals that will interact with a student how to manage the discipline by positive reinforcement. As the chief talked about, in terms of rewarding good behavior, that is what we're aiming for. And we don't believe that a strap or a stick, or we had a lunch discussion that somebody is known because they walked around a particular bamboo. We do not believe that that is the way to go. We are moving away from that. So what we call the SBBMP is something that is used throughout the Caribbean. We have point persons, focal point persons in the ministry, and the schools report yearly what they have been doing. And I can tell you that some schools are doing some very good work where they have the students now understand what it is that they have to do. So we're training the students, we're training the teachers, we're training the parents, all of the persons interacting on how they should be using this positive reinforcement to discipline the students inside the classroom. So I'm supporting the chief of what she said, and just saying that we've extended to other persons is something that we will continue to do.
Thank you very much for the response. I appreciate it. It is one that I generally would agree with, and I think the matter of educating and including educating parents and the wider community is one that needs to continue. Even in situations, I've heard many stories over the years of scenarios where corporal punishment was the preferred choice, but those persons would tell you that when they were banned from going to a fair, they were begging for corporal punishment so they could go to the fair, because the non-corporal punishment was much more of a deterrent than the corporal punishment. So I think there is evidence, even in situations where people may not want to accept, but they may need to be enlightened. And I ask that because, you know, I said I've had educators around me all my life, but I also represent a constituency that has, at this point, 7 educational institutions, 2 secondary schools, 3 public primary schools, 1 private primary school, and the Edna Nichols Center. And we'll soon have the Almapara School. So there are these situations all around, and I had quite a lot of opportunity to interact during the last general election campaign, because many teachers would have been teaching from home. Well, all teachers would have been teaching from home, so I was able to interact with quite a number of them. Moving on from that comment in terms of also engaging parents, the question I have, which I have had for many, many years, is how are parent-teachers associations, that facility, that construct or mechanism, how is that mechanism leveraged to improve the educational system in the country? Teachers always say that, you know, you try during the 6 hours at school, but when the child goes home, everything is taken right back out, and the next day you have to start fresh. How are PTAs leveraged in relation to getting the ideas, the concepts, building partnership where home will reinforce school? How is that happening? And I'm asking the question because I get the impression that it may not be as strong as it is. Am I correct? Is there room for improvement? What is the ministry doing in that regard?
Thank you, Honourable Member. The school is really seeking to work through the National Council for Parent Teachers Associations in working on this particular need. There is also the situation of school attendance by children, and I know that the segment of the ministry that deals with school attendance is also seeking to engage more deeply with parents, and in fact they're looking to augment the number of workshops and engagements that they're having with parents, and this is in fact part of the resources that we're asking for in this financial year. And I will ask the Chief Education Officer to expand on the work that we are doing in these and other areas.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. We recognize at the Ministry of Education that parents are extremely important to the development of any child. And if we had not known it before, the pandemic has shown us, with the advent of online school, that parental involvement and parental support are critical to students performing well in school. It is against this backdrop that the ministry has made a concerted effort to involve parents in the discussions surrounding education at the meetings of the Ministry of Education. To date, we've had a number of meetings with the National Council of Parent-Teacher Associations. When we were discussing the return to face-to-face school, they were at every meeting. When we were discussing other matters related to education, they were at the meetings. And they have also been trying to provide opportunities for parents and parent-teachers associations across schools to ventilate issues, to share concerns, so that that information can be fed to the Ministry of Education. I also want to say that Student Support Services, that unit, has also made available workshops for parents related to counseling and grief counseling and so on. I know recently there were about 2 workshops open to parents to help them with the return to face-to-face school and to help them with preparing their children for a face-to-face school. And as Minister said, the school attendance officers, the senior school attendance officer, also organized meetings with parents of children who were not reporting to school regularly. So, as I said before, we are making a very special effort to involve parents in the development of children, because literature shows, again, that parental involvement is very important if children are to recognize their true potential and to realize their success. So thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much for that response as well. And I believe this is something that really must occupy the attention. Chief, you indicated that the pandemic made this very real. All of us know that too often the parents who you would really want to see at some of these meetings are the parents who you don't see. And I didn't ask the question because I have the answer. I'm asking the question because I think all of us realize that some special effort and maybe some special technique or something has to be developed to reach those who really need to be reached. Many of you in the room are teachers or former teachers, so I think you are aware of what I speak. But I think if we're not to lose too many of our young people, and if we're not to put too much burden on other spheres of country response, maybe in post-school years, we have to do a better job while our children are in school. The final question that I have relates, and I have maybe something in terms of health and diet. As a Seventh-day Adventist, this is always something very near and dear to me and to my heart. the matter of diets for children, recognizing that many of the illnesses that we see in later life come from what has been ingested, consumed in earlier life. And in an effort not just to reduce the burden on our healthcare institutions, because I think that should actually be secondary. Primarily, we should be allowing people to live as long as possible and in as able a way as possible. And my question has to do with what is happening at the level of the school in terms of ensuring that children, while under the care of the state in the school setting, are guided. I use the word guided because I can't think of a better word at this point, into consuming foods that are healthy and that conduce to learning and also healthy living post-school age. So I'm talking about what is taught in health science, if that is still something that is taught. It was taught when I was at primary school. I'm talking about what is offered in school canteens. I'm talking about what is offered by way of the school meals service. And I'm also talking about what is allowed to be sold on the premises but outside of the canteen, maybe just outside of the fences and gates of our schools.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We certainly at the Ministry believe that a child that is healthier will learn better. And so there are several initiatives that we're seeking to advance in the coming years. Some have already started. We have the active. We recognize that it is, in looking at better health, it is not just what they eat, but it is their movement, how they're active. And so it is both from a nutrition perspective as well as their physical activity perspective that we are seeking to bring that, and we are also seeking to bring better education to them in terms of how to eat and what to eat and what eating differently can mean for them in the future. I'm going to ask Ms. Dawn Brown, who is head of the manager of school meals department, to respond in specific ways, but I additionally want to say that we are certainly walking lockstep with the Ministry of Health and Wellness. That's another one of the linkages we talked about, to ensure that we're able to do our part at the school level to help to manage NCDs and the number of specific active actions that we have to take in order to ensure that we are creating school environments where nutrition is at the top of the list of how children are feeding themselves, or how we are also feeding them through our school meals programs.
Dawn Brown, Manager, Acting School Meals Department. At the School Meals Department, we have, over the past few months, been taking a hard look at what we are serving to our children. We have realized that there is room within our operation, within our menus, to improve on what we are doing. Also, with the pending implementation of the National School Nutrition Policy, we realize that we have to bring our meals on par with what that policy is recommending. We have been working assiduously with the National Nutrition Center, with their dietitians and nutritionists, to look at our menus, to see what modifications we can make within the limitations that we have with regard to how we prepare food in bulk, how we transport in bulk. And we have been working with them to make changes to our menus. We have looked, for instance, at the amount of vegetables that we use, the variety of foods that we're using, the preparation methods, and we are working with them to come up with a collection of menus that we can use to draw from to create our menus, which we prepare in a 5-cycle in a 5-week cycle, so that for each school term, we are certain that we have daily menus that are healthy and beneficial to our children. It is not, we cannot operate school meals as something that is, what can I say? We cannot operate school meals in something that is separate from the school itself. We have to realize that the school feeding has a major role to play for children and as far as how they learn, how they're able to concentrate, and also in their general health. The meal that we provide then has to be as healthy as possible for those children. We recognize that, and we are working with the Nutrition Center to make this so. Thank you.
Okay, Honourable Member, also recall that the school nutrition policy also speaks to how we will treat the canteens, etc., and the fact that we're seeking to ensure that the kinds of foods that are provided through our canteens on the premises are indeed suitable for what we need to deal with. You will also know that there are other other initiatives that are in schools, such as Water Wednesdays and Fruit Fridays, and indeed health and family life education. We expect that too will continue to make a contribution to how we educate and we socialize our young people as it relates to health and nutrition.
Thank you very much, Minister and team. I appreciate the responses. I am aware that managing schools, well, I shouldn't say I'm aware, from on the outside looking in, and maybe having some indirect association, I'm aware that managing schools, managing classrooms is a difficult challenge. You have really the burden of producing the next generation very much on your plate, based on sometimes the lack of support that you may be getting from other places, including some homes. So there's quite a significant responsibility on your plate, and I commend you for the work that you do and wish you well as you continue to build that next generation. Thank you.
Honourable Member for the City of Bridgetown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Ministry of Education, Vocational and Technological Training, I have some simple questions here. I'll start with the first one. I want to know about teacher training. What are we doing in relation to this? Not just what the teachers are training in relation to the curriculum, to the syllabus, but in relation to how they're teaching. I believe that we have to look at enhancing the methodology of training. And just to put the minister on guard, I remember speaking to a teacher some years ago, and it was pointing out to that teacher that so much has changed since 1929. As my research showed me, a lot of the methodologies we use from almost 100 years ago. I remember moving, or looking through the research, I saw we moved from the donkey cart to cars, to the type of cars we have now, solar, hybrid, and almost flying cars. Same thing with the computer. We would have had a computer the size of this honorable chamber, and that has evolved into a desktop, to a laptop, to a tablet, to our phones, to our watches now. And I was making the point to the teacher, you know, we've come from chalk and talk to chalk and talk to chalk and talk over those years. And she told me, no, Corey, we've moved to whiteboards and markers. So I just want to put that on the table and ask the minister and the ministry to tell us about what was the plan ahead as we reform education for the delivery method, the methodology. How are we going to train the teachers and the officials in the ministry to adjust with the reform that she has so eloquently described throughout this head thus far?
Thank you for that. As you know, quality education is a significant part of what we want to do with some of the resources we have asked for in these estimates. And in fact, it was one of the strategic goals that we set. Teacher training was part of that quality of education, where teacher training is a significant aspect. And I'm going to ask Dr. Colin Cumberbatch, who is the acting principal at the Erdeston Teachers Training College, to speak to the specifics of how we are modernizing the way in which we are teaching teachers, how we are supporting them and being able to be more creative and more innovative in the classrooms, and the kinds of other resources we are bringing to bear to support them in moving in the direction of a more modern approach to how we teach for the future.
Good afternoon. I am Colin Cumberbatch, principal assigned to the Erdeston Teachers Training College. And I can tell you that Erdeston is looking to chart a new course in teacher education in Barbados. We are mindful that prior to entering schools, our children are basically life-wide learners, and that everything they learn from is pretty much authentic. When they enter the structure environment of a school, we tend to channel them down a line of lifelong learners. What we'll be looking to do at the Erdeston Teachers Training College now is to improve instructional quality in our schools through the readjustment to the way we approach teaching and learning. We are looking to include both life-wide and lifelong learning strategies. Now, we are mindful that a lot of our children, especially the boys, have challenges when it comes to experiences. So one of the major things that we'll be looking to do at the college will be to introduce the idea of virtual reality, because we are mindful that the virtual reality system has the capacity to provide vicarious learning opportunities for our children. We are aware that there is a primary school on the island that presently has this virtual reality system in play, and they have been able to use it to great effect. We'll also be looking to partner with other institutions to look at artificial intelligence. Of course, coding and robotics. We are looking to become the home of coding and robotics, with the establishment of labs to facilitate these two initiatives. We also want to look at, because we understand to get strong teachers, we need to have strong leaders. So we'll be looking to push towards targeted professional development activities for our teachers, our leaders, and our aspiring leaders, because we want to make sure that ultimately within our schools, we are developing the capacity to be able to manage all systems, all challenges, all problems, while providing at the same time the opportunities for our children to be best catered for with the most modern of strategies. So we're going to also target putting our tutors at the college on the cutting edge so that they can train as trainers of teachers, that they can be able to provide the best that they can for our teachers.
My second question is to do with vocational training. One of the things some colleagues and I were discussing during lunch is really the facilities for vocational training in this country and if it is adequate. My understanding is that there's been a plea for some time to get the necessary land to be able to do the various things that are needed for vocational training. My understanding is that when there's, for instance, Bobcat training at one of the facilities, staff have to really move out the cars so that the Bobcat could pass, which really speaks to the lack of space. And if we are going to, again, step up training in this country to ensure that everyone who needs it gets it, I believe that there's going to be a need for the fit-for-purpose facilities to ensure that we can facilitate this training. So my question to the minister and the ministry is there any plan to expand the area, the land needed for vocational training in this country?
Thank you very much for your question. I'm going to ask Mr. Henderson Thompson, who is from the Barbados Vocational Training Board, to respond to this. And I'm also going to ask Mr. Ian Drakes, who is from, to also weigh in on this.
Good afternoon. Henderson Thompson, Director, Barbados Vocational Training Board. And I welcome this question. Thank you so much. Yes, we, about 2 years ago in this chamber, I said then that we needed a plantation and we didn't want it at any cost. And therefore to hear now again the question coming up, I will say to you, yes, we indeed need a plantation, and we need the support of the government in our quest. Vocational training calls for lots of space. I worked at the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute of Technology years ago, and we at the time were looking to expand the buildings at SJPI, and we couldn't do it because we were planning to build on top of what was there, but they were not load-bearing walls. A beautiful building, beautiful campus, but they couldn't go up. We at Barbados Vocational Training Board, we inherit buildings, old primary school buildings, which have outgrown the primary school children of the past, which were some of us now. And we try to do the best with those buildings. And the maintenance costs on soft stone buildings in this country, you would know, are tremendous. And therefore, for our budget, it is quite astronomical to maintain the building so that the staff and the trainees at the board will not be going into sick buildings. And we have been doing a pretty good job to date. But we want to expand. A lot of our programs and programs that young people apply for on a yearly basis, we can only take in 16 people, and in some cases less than that because of the classroom space. It was built for primary school children. You have built larger primary schools, and we've been asked to move in there. We've inherited those buildings. We are saying now that we can possibly use a few of those buildings as satellite centers going forward, but we need to have a sizable amount of land, and I'm not just talking about 10 acres of land, I'm talking about a plantation size, 50 acres, 100 acres, so that we can roll out programs in agriculture, horticulture, programs in our heavy equipment areas. We just bought some new equipment. Minister Strawn, Honourable Minister Strawn would have told us back in 2 years ago to make sure that we invest and what we ask for, that we go out and buy, and that we train the young people, because the young people will be interested in these programs. And they are. And the numbers are playing show. But we can no longer operate in a small area like Sales Court, which is one of our largest centers, by the way. It's 10 acres. But when we operate in those tractors and the bobcats and so on, we have to tell the staff, move the cars, park them somewhere else. The guys who drive got to move the cars and so on, so that we can operate in as safe as an environment as we can. And it is still not enough space. The next challenge we're going to have, you would have been hearing it on the radio, is the fact that there's going to be a new nursery school soon to be built by the Maria Holder Trust on a part of the land that we use for plowing and so on. So this is going to even push us further back in our programs with horticulture, which we are now getting back into in a big way, as well as the tractor operations and the bobcat and the skid steer loader and so on that we have. So we really need more space so that we can offer more of these programs, these construction programs, and we know that the boom, the gateway is upon us. And we need to have the space so that we can roll out and have multiple classes, and a lot of new programs my curriculum development and research departments have been working on, and we stand ready. But we need the space to deliver. We are not necessarily wanting the government to build the institution for us, a new institute for us. We can design it, and we can work with the private sector and the many agencies overseas who are willing to help us. The Colombians are willing to help us. The folks from Caterpillar are willing to help us. The folks in Germany are willing to help us. The folks in Spain are willing to help us. But we have to help ourselves by getting space that we can train the young people, where we can have 5 acres for the Bobcat people. We can have a track that the truck drivers can drive on, practice on, and get their license and so on, and a number of areas. So with that, that's my contribution for this time. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Minister, I'm not sure you said someone else wanted to respond, because I would like some clarification. I don't know if he said 16 or 60. Is this 16 or 60? 16?
16. SJPA. Ian Drakes, Principal of the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute of Technology. I too welcome the question, Honourable Member, and thank you, Minister, because we at SJPA are also asking for space. That's an industrial standard. You only allow 16 as it relates to technical vocation education and training, respectively. And I want to elaborate on what Mr. Thompson said in terms of space. And I'd like to use the example of masonry as we spoke about the gateway just now. And if you have 4 groups of 16, you need space for 4 groups of 16 to construct and practice with those walls every morning and evening, respectively. SJPI in this year coming up, we have been a little bit creative to solve the challenge in some ways with some of our flagship programs. And by that I mean that we have decided that we're going to make the day longer. Our definition of making the day longer, as we have proposed, is that we're going to have 2 full-time cohorts in a day. So therefore we will double that intake in 4 programs. Those 4 flagship programs are electrical installation, which is going to be high demand with the gateway that we're speaking about, refrigeration and air conditioning, hairdressing or beauty therapy, respectively. As we relate to those programs, we are saying we want to increase the intake for those programs in the next financial year, because we see a demand from our statistics of taking in 16 and 300 persons applying for our hairdressing and so on. We have done some research which has shown that persons in these areas are hardly ever unemployed, so therefore they are working for themselves or working for someone, which would help the economy. And we have seen also in the electrical installation area the high demand as construction starts to pick up. In our evening division, I just only yesterday was speaking to the head of that division, and he's saying to me, Mr. Drakes, I have 4 cohorts, John Public, ready to do PV installation, roofer fitter on evenings. The Barbadian public understands that these emerging industries are the ones that are going to get us employment, not just in Barbados, but as we say at the SJPI, to make them globally competitive in this high demand area. And with the onset of the war with Ukraine and Russia, we can see the need for tapping into our solar energies more so to create such a dynamic verse of persons respectively. So I too want to join and say that we want to expand, and as I said, we're going to start with those 4 flagship programs to see how we can pilot those for the 2022-2023 respectively, making the day longer. And I probably need to expand on that, where we say right now we have a group from 9 until 10 to 4, and we are suggesting we can have a group from 5 until 9 or 10 p.m. respectively, because these are the young persons that are unoccupied, and as they come from us, as was presented in the education reform, we want to give them the requisite tools once they have the type of attitude that would allow them to emerge, as I said, the 21st century globally competitive persons in our society? I thank you very much for that question.
Mr. Chair, this is not another question, but I recognize that I asked the question, what are the plans to get the land? Everybody answered the question if they needed land. I already stated that they needed land, but I have not heard any plan to get this land. I heard they need a plantation, like John King, but I have not heard a plan. So I would like to hear probably from the minister, PS, somebody, in terms of what is there any plan or what is the plan to get the land?
Thank you, Honourable Member. One of the things that we have to do is to explore greater partnerships with the private sector. There's not every situation where government can actually go and acquire land. There are situations where we are going to have to look at new and interesting ways to collaborate and to partner with others who have access to land and to see how best we will be able to create the kind of synergies that give a mutual benefit to everyone. Additionally, I know that we have started as we were considering the construction gateway projects to be able to see how the institutions who are working in the vocational training space, how they can pool their efforts together and be able to work with both government, the IDC, and others to provide access to buildings, etc. The truth is, it may still not be enough right now, but I think that what we have to do is to start walking from where we are, building those relationships, seeking to go out there and pool some of our resources and be able to share space. And then we have to see where we will be able to access the resources. The financial resources are always at the bottom of it to be able to go out there and get more of what we know we need in order to make vocational training a success and something that we can scale in a way that makes sense for Barbados.
And my final question is kind of like a summary of a number of questions for the day. My colleague from St. Michael West and St. Michael North, and also Dr. Denny from your team, spoke about persons falling through the gaps or gaping holes, if you want to call them that. We talked about the high failure rate, dropout rate, attrition rate in the schools. I know one of the things that we pointed to and we are making some effort on, and I'm sure the member for St. Thomas would appreciate, in terms of doing increased testing for vision, hearing, and so on. For me, it was really a case, I remember, I had a different situation. I would have suffered from boredom, irrelevant education deficit disorder, where I really couldn't pay attention because for me, the way it was delivered. Now, I would have made some presentations to this very ministry with the former minister, even without her, but with the team there sitting. And they made a very relevant point to me. They knew a lot of the stuff that we were saying to them in relation to moving education forward into something more relevant, critical thinking, global citizens, like the Honourable Prime Minister would talk about from time to time. And they said they heard it all over the years. My question, my final question, my deep question for me is, what is the real hindrance to moving to the next stage? What is holding us back? What can the ministry tell us to bring us some comfort in this honorable chamber that we will move to the next stage finally, after years of lamenting that we need to take the education system into the 21st century?
Honourable Member, I believe that the reform agenda, some of which we discussed today, is very intentional and very specific in some of the things that we're seeking to do. Of course, as we get further approval for that, we're going to be able to expand a lot more on what we're seeking to do. But I think that what is important is not just what we're going to do with the schools, it is what we're going to do with the teachers, it's what we're going to do with the leadership, it is what we're going to do to restructure the entire system. Because we recognize that this is a system that has served us well in the past. We recognize that the way that we are structured for education at this point in time, the resourcing for the areas that we say are priority areas for us is inadequate. And we therefore, what is holding us back? What is holding us back really and truly is, one, making sure that we're structured now for the functions that this ministry will have to perform going forward. It is making sure that we are properly resourced. We're going to have to be able to pay for the kind of education system that we want. And we're going to have to be able to ensure that when it comes to implementation of the reform agenda, that we're able to do so with some speed. And as you know, we're seeking to move with great speed over the next couple months to advance that reform agenda.
Thank you, Minister. Lest we forget the strides that we've made, I want to close in commending you and the ministry and letting you know that I do have comfort with you at the helm of the ministry and those officers surrounding you, and that we will take education from stride to stride in Barbados, particularly moving on, I think, from what is known as the common entrance would be a good step. Well, I mean, this is probably, I think, the third last year, but we do have some confidence that by next year, that we will be on to greener pastures in relation to education. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, Ministry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to congratulate the Honourable Minister on her appointment, and I was heartened, to say the least, to hear the reform agenda that you have laid out, because I have great concerns about the level of disinterest that we see in students in terms of engaging learning and the resulting impact on our economy. There are three things that concern me considerably about it. One, the current disinterest of most of our children mean that we will have a generation of parents who will not be able to inculcate a love of learning in the next generation, and that is a threat to our economy, it's a threat to our society. That has been compounded by the fact that we have had a situation where the economic crisis has made it difficult for children who did go out and learn, who did get certification, who did get their degrees, then for many years have been unable to get jobs. And while that is very discouraging to the actual certificate holder, it is even more discouraging to their siblings and the generation behind them who look at them and say, you've worked hard and you ain't get nowhere, so why should I kill myself to learn in school? And then you add the third wave now that is threatening our economy, which is what would have happened in COVID. And children did not do well but started to slip back. So those three waves are going to have a tremendous impact on the Barbadian economy and society within the next few years, because it's going to compromise that workforce and therefore compromise our earning power. And therefore I was very, very happy to hear what you're doing in terms of reform, and I want to wish all of you well. There was just one little question that I had in relation to some of the reforms. I believe the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central started to touch on it in terms of children who are challenged. What I wanted was just a little bit more information on what is being specifically done for children who suffer with dyslexia. What we're doing in terms of assessment, what adjustments are being made to teaching, and what provisions are being made to support them when they are going to be tested, because they don't do well in exams for the varying reasons. So I just wanted to know a little more specific on dyslexia.
Honourable Member, I'm going to ask Ms. Kay Sargent, who has responsibility as the Senior Education Officer for Student Support Services, to respond.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for the question. Students, in terms of accommodations for when they are taking exams, we do carry out assessments so that they can get accommodations on examinations. This would have been at the Barbados Secondary School entrance level, as well as the CXC level. Accommodations can be had for students who are diagnosed with a specific learning difficulty, such as dyslexia. They can be given additional time to complete their examinations. In some cases, they can also be given a reader or a writer in order to assist with their examinations. I thank you, Minister.
Okay,
I think at this time, if you would permit me to, there is the Literacy Diagnostic Assessment and Early Intervention Center that is now really finding its feet. We have made some investment, and we are seeking to make further investment in this diagnostic facility that would be able to do the assessment at an earlier stage, make the interventions at an earlier stage, and be able then to direct how we can get much better outcomes. I'm going to ask Dr. Colin Cumberbatch from Urdeston, who does have some responsibility for the Literacy Diagnostic Assessment and Early Intervention Center, to speak a little bit as to how that center might be able to assist with regards to the question you raised.
Hi. Recognizing that there is a need to have a lot of our children at the primary level assessed to determine the major cause or the root causes of the challenges that they're having with literacy, the college has embarked on the ambitious task of developing a literacy diagnostic assessment and early intervention center. Now, what we have been doing is that we have been training a number of assessors who would go out into the schools, or as it is now, the children will come to the college to be assessed once they are identified at the level of the school as presenting with challenges with literacy, and we will do the assessment at the college. Now, we are looking to expand the services of this diagnostic center to include the services of social workers and counselors, because we would appreciate that there will be factors other than learning difficulties which might challenge children or cause children not to be learning. So we want to look at the behavioral aspects as well, and any psychosocial challenges which the students may be having. It may be something as simple as children not being fed properly, not getting enough nutrition. So we will want to bring the full gamut of activities to bear as we push forward with the diagnostic center, because we are looking to, as early as possible, have the children assessed. Now, once the children are assessed, what we then do is work with the school, the teacher, the principal, the social worker, psychologist, if we can have one available, to develop individual educational plans for these students. I can tell you that only this week we met with the principal at New Horizon, and we are going to offer our services to that institution first to assess their children, and then we are going to use their social worker and counselors to assist with the development of the IEPs. And we want, once we are finished, that positive action can be taken in terms of providing these children with meaningful learning activities so that they can get the most out of their education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, because I've had parents who have spoken with me about their concerns and that they've had to pay to get the assessments done and then find ways to support their children. So I'm very happy to hear that we have some changes that will help us to provide that at the public school level. My last question goes back to the issue of how education really supports the growth and the performance of the economy, and therefore impacts on all of our lives. When you announce the various initiatives to transform, to change, like the 11+, the centers of learning, and so on, all of these are going to be so important to giving Barbados a very vibrant and competitive economy. What I wanted to know is if any thought has been given to the school hours. I'll explain why. Both China and the countries in Asia, their children actually get, between age 5 and 16, they actually get close to 300 more hours than children in the Western world. And what this does, it gives them a tremendous advantage, because then the children show their prowess in relation to areas that we find difficult, like the STEM subjects, etc. So I'm wondering if in your reform, if any thought has been given or research done to see like what is the best setup, especially in terms of the amount of time children spend in school, as a method of helping us to deal with some of the issues and improve and increase the performance and therefore the productivity of our nation, and therefore build a strong society, a stronger society, and a stronger economy for our prosperity. Thank you, and that's my last question, Chair.
If to respond to that particular question.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, so at what point? Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honourable Member. You are indeed correct. Those Asian countries have a different system that allow their children to be engaged in formal learning for longer periods of time, to expose them further to various aspects of job life. Now, here in Barbados, we are quite different, yes. The World Economic Forum, there is a study by the World Economic Forum. I think that the article was published about 2 years ago, and it said about 65% of the children entering primary school will work in jobs that do not yet exist. What we are working on at present is exposing our children to as many opportunities that there are out there. We're going the route of engaging with the diaspora. We've also, to date, had workshops and conferences where students were exposed to the future of work. I think that this is where we have to start, because in terms of lengthening the school day at this point in time, with a curriculum that may not be as exciting or as engaging as it should be, would be more so of a punishment to our children than to really get them engaged and perform activities and problem solve, you know, and prepare them for the world of work. So we're taking it step by step. We are exposing them to as many things as possible. We are getting them to participate in activities like coding and robotics, where they can think about becoming creators more so than persons who use the technology. We're getting them to think big. At the nursery level, we're thinking about play-based learning. So I think the focus right now is exposure to these things. And of course, it is something that we can consider a little later in terms of lengthening the school day once the curriculum is interesting enough to help the students to gain cognitively. So thank you very much.
We seem to be in good hands. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for St. Michael Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern this evening relates to a similar issue to my colleague from Christchurch East Central when it relates to And I'm speaking on the behalf of those voiceless mothers and fathers and guardians who have children and find it very challenging to have their child or children admitted to some of the primary schools that are situated in the heart of my constituency. St. Stephen's Primary is one, and St. Stephen's Nursery School. Those are two perfect examples when it relates to these schools that some of the children within the catchment area, find it very challenging to be accepted. And just like my colleague, children coming from as far as St. Lucie and St. Peter and St. James being accepted within these schools, I think is very unreasonable. And I can honestly say that I think that my constituents deserve the same opportunity to be accepted within these schools. And they want to know how the ministry can really address this vexing issue. That is my first question. And the second one relates to the maintenance of some of the schools within my constituency and the poor workmanship coming from some of the contractors that the ministry hire to do the work on these schools. And they want to know what the ministry is doing to really address the poor workmanship and holding these contractors accountable for the work being done. And my third question relates to some parents who have children with special needs, and every primary school don't have the facility to really serve these children with such challenges. And the communication and paperwork process between the primary schools and the Ministry of Education is not satisfactory because the child continues to be at a disadvantage before the transfer is completed. And I also would like to know what can be done to address this issue as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Member. I believe that it was Ms. Joy Adamson, the Deputy Chief Education Officer, who had indicated that there is a policy as it relates to children in the catchment area, that those children must be accommodated at the schools, and where there is an application where this is not being done, she has asked, and the ministry certainly stands by this, you simply report to the ministry that this is not being done, and the officers here, in this case Ms. Addison, will simply reach out to the principal to see how best we will be able to accommodate that. But I believe the policy is, not I believe, I know the policy is such that the persons from the catchment area will get first priority in terms of accommodations at the school. Secondly, with regards to the poor workmanship, it is never a good thing to have for the taxpayers of Barbados to have paid for a job that is not well done. And I am going to ask Mr. Francisco Miller to respond to the question about what is being done in order to manage situations where the workmanship is not at the standard that we would like and that we think is deserving of the contract offered.
Thank you, Minister. In terms of the workmanship that the Minister is speaking about, we would have been very much so aware of the issue. We would have worked with the said contractor to give him an opportunity to correct the poor workmanship. When it became evident that that would not have been the case, we actually brought in another contractor, and the original contractor recognized that he was really in over his head with what he was doing. Unfortunately, sometimes we are unaware of the quality of the contractor's work until we give him or her an opportunity, and where that runs afoul, we would have discussions, and then we would actually we would sometimes terminate the contract because we don't want to pay for something that is not of a high quality. But in that situation, at that particular school, we tried at every turn to ensure that the contractor had every effort. There were some extenuating circumstances that the contractor could have argued about in terms of why he had delayed his work and the quality of it. But, and that is why we reached out to him to see how we best could, everybody could have been a winner in that. But in that situation, the work was not of a good quality. And I can't defend poor workmanship. And as I said, we brought in a contractor who was very much so capable and did a good job in saving the day for us. But going forward, we would not engage that contractor to carry out that particular work again, because he would have had more than enough time to produce good work. Thank you.
With regards to the question on special needs, I'm going to ask Kay Sargent to respond.
Thank you, Minister. The question was, what can we do to address the method or the delay in paperwork for placing a child in special education or to receive special services? I would have to admit, sir, that prior to 2020, there was in fact a delay. We did have limited staff in which to address the challenges placed by such students. Since then, as you would have heard a little earlier, we've had a significant increase in staff to help us manage the referrals. Our department receives its clients based on a referral system. Principals, school personnel, guidance counselors, medical and paramedical professionals, other social agencies refer students to our department. The first point of contact is a clinical assessment, and because of the increase in staff, we can now move that paperwork at a more speedy rate. So I can assure you that we have put systems in place to ensure that the response time by our department has increased, I would have to say almost 300%, by the number of staff that have been given to us in order to address the cases that are received. So we do have systems that will ensure the increased response to the requests. Now, in terms of the actual placement of children in special education, again, I'll be the first to admit there's not enough access to special education programs in Barbados. And as the minister would have alluded to earlier, she has before her a number of proposals to expand that access, and we hope that they will be considered favorably. So we are putting systems in place to address the rate at which we respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first wish to congratulate the new minister on her appointment to this extremely important ministry and wish her team the best. It is great to hear today some of the plans for reform of education, the curriculum, etc. I think that, you know, we are running a bit behind on this. This is a long time overdue. I really look forward to see the implementation of all of this. My first issue, Mr. Chair, if you may allow, relates to what has been raised a bit, but to expand on it, the last honourable member to raise it was the member for the city. And the reality of our situation is that I believe we still have over 50% of children leaving school at 16 or 17 without any certification or without any real skills to prepare them for the world of work. I could be corrected if I'm wrong in that figure. I know that that figure was about the same almost 30 years ago, when the Barbados Labour Party first, again became the government, and the Honourable Prime Minister, and became Minister of Education, and Honourable Member for St. Thomas here was her parliamentary sec. So we haven't really improved that much. We really need to give our youth, our young people, a better chance. So the issue about skills training after children leave school, and I know we have on the table now reforms which have been spoken about today, which should be able to reduce that percentage, but the issue still arises about our youth after they leave school, and giving them therefore a second opportunity to be able to be competent and capable of employing themselves or finding employment. And yes, I'm not so sure that the Honourable Member for the City's probing was addressed correctly, because I would be very willing, as a member of this Parliament, to support finance for expansion of skills training and vocational training in this country. I have had conversations, in fact, been in to see Mr. Thompson, Henderson. I've had conversations last year with the chairman of the board of the vocational training, because I'm extremely concerned as a member of Parliament that we have about 300 applications every year or every semester for skills training in bobcat driving and all the other areas, which needs to be expanded, by the way, but that only 16 persons, and yes, that was the figure I was told, could be accepted. And, you know, so we as a result, we have young people who are willing to acquire some skills, going to training programs, having left school, perhaps without certification and without those skills, but they're unable to access placements because there's limited capacity. Yes, I think the Ministry of Education needs to perhaps liaise more with other ministries, because you have the Ministry of Labour that has some programs in training. You have the Ministry of Youth, and I'm wondering as well, Mr. Chairman, what's the relationship between Ministry of Education and Ministry of Youth on this point? Because we heard yesterday and today about the Ministry of Youth having some programs. Is there synergy between these ministries? But certainly, and I take Honourable Minister's point about private sector involvement perhaps being needed, but we've seen today and heard a bit more about Jukes Plantation being made accessible to the university and to Ministry of Education for training in agriculture. Why haven't we been able to get that in skills training to give our young people this opportunity to develop? Because look, I mean, if we don't pay for it in terms of financing at that level, we're going to pay for it another way. We're going to pay for it in the Ministry of People Empowerment with increased welfare budget, and in other ways, sad to say, maybe in terms of criminal activity, the justice system. So I am a bit at a loss as to why we're still in this position. Yes, from the time 2018, even before. I mean, I used to speak about this when I was an opposition MP, and that was what, 9 years ago now, when I started. So I would really like to hear a bit more. I mean, practically speaking now, what are we gonna do about this? I note, Mr. Chairman, that we have had no National Development Scholarship awardees for the last 3 years since 2018, and I am, wondering why that is so, if it's a question again of finance, because I think the National Development Scholars are extremely critical as well to our development, and in areas that are novel and need to be open. So those two questions, and then I'll ask one. The issue of the correlation with the ministries, and why no National Development Scholarship awardees since 2018.
Honourable Member, I'm going to start with the National Development Scholarship awardees. I know that the ministry has been reviewing this system, and until that review is completed, it is likely that there will not be such scholarships. However, I will certainly seek to accelerate the review at this point in time to ensure that we can truly go back to a place, or at least reach a place where we can decide if we continue, how we continue, and in what way would be best to go forward. So that's the question with the National Development Scholarship. It's under review, and I'll seek to accelerate that at this stage. You had asked another question as it relates to persons coming out of school without certifications. I believe that was answered earlier as we talked about the alternative curriculum. We talked about introducing different levels of certification, of course making CVQs and the certifications for those far more widespread within the system, being able to certify at a modular level, and then allowing people to be able to step up and build out those credentials so that they leave with something. I will also ask on the question of skills training for Mr. Ian Drakes, who is from the Samuel Jackman Prescott Polytechnic, to respond in more detail to that.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you for the question as well. And to respond to the first aspect, it's really a yes, as it relates to, you asked if there are any synergies between the Ministry of Education and Youth, Sports and Community Development. And I want to say that at the SJPI, we, on a continuous basis, have been delivering whatever name you want to call it. The last name is Next Step Initiative. Every name SJPI has been delivering under. We delivered for about 60 persons in our last semester. We also have been delivering for the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps as well. And we are waiting on the 4th cohort, and we have the 3rd cohort in now. So yes, these synergies continue. So we are not really, I'm not answering the question of what we're going to do. This is what we have been doing under the Ministry of Education, Technological Education, Training. What we have also been doing is that we have started the conversation in expanding, and we have dropped some nuggets recently, which comes from the House of Assembly as it relates to the construction gateway. And formal discussions are now to be ensued with the same Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Development to strengthen that program through the use of their community centers. They have a mandate to try to train persons within 12 weeks, making them employable. The proposed gateway program that is coming to cabinet is saying we are going to need persons within 12 weeks who are employable. And so that relationship has started. Those discussions have started at the level of the Community Development Senior Officer. So this now is what we are doing, and where we're looking to see what construction programs are required and how we can use these. And as my colleague would have said, while we wait for the plantation, we are certainly not going to let the horse starve to death. And so this is what we are doing, and this is the 2022-2023 to respond to yours question of those when they come out. What we have also been doing is that we have been looking at the youth as it relates to MOUs that the SJPI has with industry partners, the private sector for PV installers, where we have commitment for 16 persons on any given afternoon that we can train out for under the youth as well. Also, we have been working with the Ministry of Elder Affairs as it relates to the vulnerable group. So yes, we have been under the Ministry of Education touching those respective ministries. So not just youth, but also elder affairs and the vulnerable groups, where those programs are pillared for under part of the IDB funding, where they get a stipend and they're able to come to classes on a regular basis. And we do have a system in place where we start with an advanced stipend for them because we know they don't have it from day one. And we have been able to convince the IDB, well, let's start with a 2-week advance so that they can get to classes and we can deliver the requisite skills. Some of them go into the cottage industry, some of them go back to their respective areas and they're able to bake, do cookery and open the little snackets and restaurants respectively. In addition, we have been getting the youth again involved in terms of the BYAC, and they are being given full-time programs so that when they come out, they're fully certified with the marketable SJPI 1-year certificate. So we have been really answering the call of if you come up with 0 certificate, you're going to get a trade certificate under the SJPI under the same conditions as those who pay for the registration of their full-time programs respectively. To respond to your question, Honourable Member, I thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my second intervention would relate to funding for children with disabilities, special needs at schools. Yes, of course, the policy is to try and integrate as many of these children into mainstream education, but clearly and understandably some will not be able to go into the mainstream schools, and therefore we have special needs schools. And of course, by law, education of children up to age 16 is free, quote unquote free, but obviously taxpayer funded. But the reality is that a lot of children with disabilities, special needs at educational institutions which are private have to pay tuition fees. I know the Ministry of Education subsidizes some of these schools, and I just wanted to know a bit more, obviously asking for stakeholders of people with disabilities, what is the policy in relation to paying school fees, tuition fees for children with disabilities at these private schools, special schools, in view of the fact that education is free at source. And also, I could ask my final one, same time, Mr. Chair, the issue of the amalgamation of
on policy and the financial resources are available for us to move forward at pace with that. On the matter of funding for disabilities, I will ask the Permanent Secretary or the Financial Controller, Ms. Trudy Farley. I will ask them to respond to that.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Minister. In response to the question with respect to Trudy Farley, Financial Controller, Ministry of Education. In response to the question about funding for children with disabilities, the Ministry also considers bursaries. There are full bursaries, there are part-time bursaries for students at special needs schools. In addition to that, we offer, there are grants given to at least four institutions, an annual subvention. So there is consideration. Persons can apply to receive a full bursary to a school, and there is a process. Ms. Sargent may be better able to speak to that process, but bursaries are offered that the ministry would pay for at institutions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could perhaps Ms. Sargent speak towards the process, because there's a feeling by some that it may be a bit bureaucratic and difficult to access. Certainly I know it was so under the previous government when I was an opposition MP and I inquired. It was extremely difficult to access these grants. So I'm just wondering what's the present position.
Thank you, Minister. Any parent wishing to access special education at one of the private schools, what we call government-assisted private special schools, can make their application in writing. Upon receipt of that application, a social worker is dispersed to the home, to the family, to carry out an assessment and gather the relevant documentation in support of the application. Once gathered, the information is fed to the senior administrative arm of the ministry for approval. I think that is a non-intrusive process, and as I would have indicated, now that we have additional staff, those processes are all speeded up. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I really have to acknowledge that when the clients or the persons we serve as a ministry are saying to us that some of our processes are not serving them in the best way, there may very well be a need for us to review those processes and see what is happening. And I really would welcome the opportunity to speak with the Honourable Member Moore, who has been working with persons with disabilities for many years, to understand what are some of the other frustrations across the system that they are witnessing and experiencing, because it is part of their experience of how government interacts with them, how government serves them, and that we get the opportunity to hear from that perspective and to be able to look at what in the processes we can improve to make sure that we are more client-centered, that we are more service-oriented, and that we are really and truly serving their needs and not making it difficult for persons in an already difficult situation to be able to access education and services of this ministry.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues and other distinguished members in the from the Ministry of Education. I wish to thank those members who have been able to give us some insights as to what is happening, and I think at the outset we must acknowledge that it is a very complex ministry, and therefore there are going to be flips and flops, but many successes as the years go by. I want to commend the previous minister and now the current minister and her team for the efforts they are making. I want to indicate my concerns about the special needs in much the same way as the Honourable Member for St. James North, and to indicate that we have got so many children in the system who have special needs, but because of the impoverished environments in which some of them live, they do not have the wherewithal to be able to purchase electronic devices. And I'm referring now to some of those children who are also in the private schools and special schools across Barbados. We have many organizations that have been assisting with persons with special needs, and I believe government has to make the decision, if it has not yet done it, to assist them with devices that those children with the special needs at the private school, whose parents cannot get them into the special schools because of limited space and because of traveling and all that. I would like to find out if those children will or are included at this time, because when I checked last year, that was not at all possible. I also want to draw to the attention that I know that there used to be one psychologist in education. I believe now that as we advance with these new plans to help to make it, the facility more accommodating for all as far as possible, but many more compared to the past, I would like to know if there are more psychologists provided. I have seen too many children in the system who at primary level have been recommended from nursery and infants because of challenges, and sometimes they transition to the secondary level and they have not been able to get the necessary investigations done to be able to determine what their challenges are. It's okay for people to talk, but mental challenges, mental illnesses impact on children in much the same way as they do adults. And we know that there's schizophrenia that impacts. Now that we have COVID, that even creates so much more challenges when it comes to depression and all that. And I believe that we need to get to the stage now where we treat to our special needs children as before. I am proud to have learned that the Edna Nichols Center will be reestablished. I think it was myopic in the actions of the former administration to have closed a school of that nature, where so many hundreds of them in the programs that were offered previously, I believe from 1996 until it was closed, there are so many thousands of young people who were turned out that for that, not having that school, they would have been lost or out to sea, as one would say, and of course they will be involved in crime and other activities that we would not want for anybody. So I would like to remind members, not the educational folk, no, but Barbados in general, that when we talk about each one matters, quality education for all, those with the special needs should be included in this exercise. I'm happy to about the New Horizon School. I don't know if it will be renamed, but one must acknowledge that most of those children are males, and that they are mostly poor people's children, the most vulnerable. And therefore, to have got the specialized staff working in collaboration with the parents, I believe that that is a good step forward. And it brings me to the question as to the Mount St. Vincent training and that master's degree level, where the emphasis was on special needs, meaning not only the late developers and so on, but also the gifted children. Where are we with a project of that nature? It doesn't have to be the same, because one was acknowledged that if you've got children who are accelerating in the system and they're at the common entrance, whatever we call it for the future, in advance, that those late developers also need. And as far as I can recall, many of those teachers, if not all of them, were taken out of the system and given positions as principals, and many others have retired. I want to find out where are they now, and are we further training others in that capacity that they too can help to carry on the training to ensure that those among us who are less fortunate when it comes to picking up the necessary skills and developing at the pace to suit our age group. I would like to know what is happening in that respect to be able to see how going forward we can incorporate more persons with special needs into the system and cater to their needs, ensuring that their parents and guardians are working hand in hand with the ministry, because to do it without them, it really will not achieve the goals that have been set. And that is my first intervention, sir, on my first query. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for that question. There were a number of sub-questions that we saw in there. Certainly the first one relates to the mental and emotional well-being of our students and our education community. And I wish to invite Juanita Brathwaite-Wharton. She is our senior psychologist, because the ministry has been making tremendous investment in terms of supporting the mental and emotional well-being and health of the community we serve. And I would like very much for her to share some of the tremendous work that we've been doing in that area. Of course, there's always more that we can do, but I think we have made significant strides, certainly in the last couple of years.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Juanita Brathwaite-Wharton, Senior Psychologist, Student Support Services Unit. If I can answer the first question with regards to the psychologists, there still is one psychologist at the Ministry of Education in the Student Support Services Unit section. However, we do have a considerable program called the Psychological Assistance Program, where we consult with private professionals who provide psychological and other helping services to the Ministry of Education, persons such as psychiatrists, psychologists, family therapists, behavioral therapists, occupational therapists, and speech and language therapists. We just recently also added music therapy to that repertoire of services that we provide. Any student who is in need of professional services can reach out to the Ministry of Education either through the schools. Parents can call and make requests on behalf of their children. We assist those in private institutions as well, even though the bulk of our referrals come from the public schools. In addition to the psychological assistance program, where assessments, Ms. Sargent would have spoken to that before, the fact that students can be assessed and can get all their therapies through the Ministry of Education. We recently were provided with additional officers in student support services who are of tremendous help to ensure that students get what they require. We now have 9 social workers working in student support services, and they would have joined us in July 2021. And as such, last week when schools reopened was the first that they would have been physically in schools, given the fact that when they came, schools were about to go on vacation, subsequently went on vacation, and then we had the term of online schooling. In addition to the social workers, we also have 7 school counselors who are working at 14 of our secondary schools, assisting guidance counselors in providing the psychosocial support for students who are identified as needing such. A question was asked with regards to the training of special needs teachers and the Mount St. Vincent program. Over the last few years, we have partnered with the Maria Holder Charitable Trust, and we embarked on a program of sensitizing all teachers in special needs education. That program started physically in 2020, but was put on hold because of COVID. The idea was to move around from parish to parish and expose all teachers, primary and secondary, to a module of special needs educational training. However, there is an additional part of that program that involves the special needs certificate at the Erdison Teachers Training College, which continued even throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Through that particular program, teachers who make themselves available are trained in special needs education. We have, I think this is the 3rd cohort who is presently doing that training at this time. So there is continued training in special needs education. We haven't continued with the Mount St. Vincent, but we are working closely with Erdison Teachers Training College to provide training for as many teachers who want to make themselves available to be exposed to special needs.
And I'd also want to add that at Erdison Teachers Training College, no matter what program you're in, there's a special needs component that still also has to be completed as well. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister and Madam Psychologist. My other query is, it's associated with concerns for over the years with our scholarship and exhibition winners and their return to Barbados to offer their services. The taxpayers of Barbados contribute millions of dollars towards our scholarship winners and our exhibitioners. I am so proud that Barbadians, whether they're rich people or poor people, that they aspire and they achieve. But my concern is we are investing so many millions of the taxpayers' dollars. Is there any arrangement where they can come back, like in the summertime, and tithe some time as part of their appreciation? Or are they bonded to return home after, especially in the area of education, where we need people with these skills that were just mentioned to be able to train our people? It is a terrible brain drain when we have to provide so much funding to be able to help to strengthen those areas and those individuals, and then they just go to other places and we don't receive the benefits of it all. I don't think it would be asking too much if they are bonded and they have to come back and work for a year or 2 years. To my mind, the expertise is being spread across the island. And I would like to know if there is any plan associated with it, because I think it would be a wonderful idea, and I'm sure that those students will want to come back and share of their knowledge and expertise with the Republic of Barbados.
Member, I will certainly wish to support the fact that once we have invested, that we ought not to lose that investment, that the return on that investment should really be something that we continue to reap. I will ask the Permanent Secretary to respond specifically to the rest of your question.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for the question. I certainly agree with you that the return on investment is something that should be looked at. Now, yes, the students are bonded, and very often you get a request asking to either change a course or maybe to upgrade, they want to upgrade their qualification and they ask for extension of time. But yes, bonding is part of the agreement. That's part of the terms and conditions. The Ministry of Education is going to review the programs that are under that unit with the intention of ensuring that we have a good grasp on the scholarships, the categories that are done, and that we are able to put a program in place to ensure that the return on the investment from the government of Barbados is that the Barbadian public do benefit from the expenditure that has been spent on an annual basis to support these students. So yes, it is something that is going to be looked at, and we hope that the next time that we sit here to report to the public, that we can favorably indicate what are the plans pertaining to those changes.
And I would add, Honourable Member, that oftentimes the story we hear is that there are no opportunities in Barbados for the students to engage in. And so as we develop our economy, as we develop the opportunities here, we are looking forward to that doing better in that regard, so that they do have a place to come back to in a way that is meaningful.
Thank you very much. My final comment, sir. I'm not going to dwell on expulsions and suspensions and all that, and the truancy officers and their roles that NIPS play, but I acknowledge that there's so many scores of young people under the age of 16 who have not been to school. I'm not talking about the COVID situation. I'm talking about previous to that. I see some 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds who have not gone back to school for more than a year. And I think that, but I'm not going to dwell on that. I think my other point I want to raise is something that bothers me as a guardian, as a senior citizen, and having been in the system and as a community worker as well for so many years. I know that HIV/AIDS is still with us. There are still thousands of Barbadians who are impacted upon as a result of that disease. And I am watching the lifestyles of some of our people, our children in particular, acknowledging that the Edna Nichols Center every year would have quite a large number of teen pregnancies. I've seen an 11-year-old, a 13-year-old, many 15s and so on. And it says that they are sexually active. And I have a tremendous difficulty where in the past, when we were fighting HIV/AIDS from 1984, but a policy by a then Barbados Labour Party government during the tenure of the late Honourable Member for St. Peter, the Prime Minister then determined that every governmental institution must have some kind of training in HIV. And I've seen a change in direction over the last 12 or 13 years that bothers me because our young people are not as sensitized as they should be in that respect. And I believe that we need to include in all of the estimates across the ministries in Barbados a component for HIV sensitization, not only for the youth, but for others as well in the workplace, because the stigmatization is still there in a large way. And added to that will be the DARE program that the police officers were an integral part of going into primary and secondary schools with the sensitization. We know that there's so many young people who have been exposed to drugs for one reason or another. And if we want to really preserve our youth, that they can be most productive, especially in their young age, we need to have those programs going again, if they have not stopped fully, to be able to ensure that that sensitization of the children, as well as the parents and guardians and the teachers who don't know how to detect it as easily as the children, and some of the sweets and other things that are being sold on the school's perimeter that seem to contain whatever additives that help to make these children so hyperactive and to drug them out and all that. I believe that we need to put more emphasis with the council, the Substance Abuse Council, to be able to make sure that we reach more of our young people and not just children, because there are many in the university who don't understand their role, or at the other tertiary institutions. And so I'm trying to find out from you, Honourable Minister, and your team, where are we with that in the whole HIV and DARE sensitization of our youth? That should also still be a component of Youth Affairs Department. I wish to thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable Member, we have made tremendous investment in the ministry, in safety officers, and in additional guidance counselors and support to be able to help to manage the situation and to help alleviate some of the behavior, as well as to provide support and some form of remediation when these types of behaviors occur. I am going to ask Case Sergeant to speak more specifically to the work we're doing in that regard.
Thank you, Minister. We have been working within our schools over the last 2 years in several programs, but I feel that I may ask, Madam Minister, with your permission, for the psychologists to elaborate on these programs.
Proceed.
Juanita Brathwaite Wharton, senior psychologist. As Minister indicated, the safety officers who have been allocated to student services in November 2020 have been working assiduously in a number of areas to reduce risks to students with regards to behavior, anger management, conflict resolution, safe health behaviors as well. Most of the work that was done over the last year and a half or so has been done in the online forum because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The safety officers, like the school counselors and the social workers, have now moved into the physical environs since February 21st when schools reopened. But we have been offering programs from the primary level through the secondary level. We've also been working closely with guidance counselors. The health and family life education syllabus provides the kind of intervention that Minister Ford would have alluded to for all students who are exposed to it. And the directive of the Ministry of Education is that health and family life should be offered to students throughout the primary school system as well as throughout the secondary school system. That program offers universal education to every student who is engaged in health and family life classes with regards to safe behaviors. In addition, our secondary level prevention is done through the same support officers where we identify students who are at risk and we work with them in group programming. The group programming, once school is physically open, is done face-to-face. Within the online environment, and when COVID-19 struck us in March 2020, we immediately moved to the online platform, so there has been no break-in in terms of the programs offered to students. And then we identify those students who have benefited from the group programs, but still need more intervention, and those are the students that we would then refer to the private professionals that I spoke of earlier that consult with the Ministry of Education. So we are looking at safety and health risks with regards to students. It is primarily the focus of the safety officers who are allocated to those secondary schools where we have identified have significant challenges with regards to these kinds of issues. But additionally, there is universal programming that should be offered to every student at every level.
No, you want, oh, well, I'm thankful for the other comment then, which was being, I thought I had exhausted. The other comment I would wish to make, though, is my big concern for what's happening with PTAs across the island. I must tell you, Mr. Chairman and others, that having attended an activity last year in the Ministry of Education, the honourable member, who was the former minister, gave me an eye-opener that startled me. The only set of PTAs that I considered to be functioning well would have been those associated with special needs children. I have a serious problem because the T in the PTA says teacher, but we're seeing now those institutions where they're really PAs, parent association. And I believe that we need to get back to basics as a society where PTAs represented parents and teachers working hand in hand to be able to plan and execute projects that will help with the strengthening of families, discipline, and everything, and attitudes and so on that will make a difference in the lives of our children. And so I would like to find out what plans the ministry has in helping with the development or the reconstruction of PTAs, or whichever name is given to them, it does not matter me, so that we can see the intricate aspects of life where teachers and parents and guardians as well are coming together to plan holistically plan in a more holistic way for the students who are in their care. The bonding is necessary. It has worked for us for many, many years, and I believe now more than ever, we have to have that kind of a relationship, because children who know that the teachers know their parents, for me, behave differently, having been in the system for so long, than children who know their parents are not going to come. Our parents get a better understanding. Your role to come here is not to abuse anybody verbally or physically, but to come in this partnership so that we can raise the future of Barbados in a more conducive manner that will change the whole culture of the antagonistic approach that we sometimes witness going on in the schools. Once the teacher knows your parents, they can pick up the phone and call, they can do, and the children know that, so their behavior changes. I am amazed at the level of crime and violence coming through from some of our children, and then parents and guardians are not familiar, or they do not know how, because for me, the PTA should be the training ground for the parents as well. And therefore, I would wish to know what are the synergies that the Ministry of Education has with the PTAs to ensure that they are strengthened in a way that it makes even easier the relationship with the Ministry of Education and the school's population, or the population of individuals who are in the communities, and therefore make a difference in the lives of all of Barbados. And generally, that is my contribution, sir, or my query. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You will have recalled that we had said that we have over the last while, been seeking to strengthen our relationship with the National Council for Parent Teachers Association. The ministry is also going to be reinforcing the message of partnership and collaboration, that we are one community together in the business of education of Barbados and in the quality education of our children. And we will seek to reinforce that message with the principals. We will seek to reinforce that message with the teachers. And as I said, we are engaging other partners at the national level who have those organizations to be able to bring their membership to the table and to help us come up with better strategies for how we can attract persons to the Parent Teachers Associations, and how we might better be able to serve them through those associations, because it is as much their engagement and their participation in bringing to the educational sphere the contribution they can make, as it is us being able to serve them in a way that they believe that being a part of this community is meaningful to them and to their children. So thank you very much. We certainly do agree that we need to strengthen those ties and build those partnerships.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the outset, I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Minister on her appointment to the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training. Having been there just a short while ago, I know that ministry can be a challenging ministry, but I have no doubt that she will do well, because she's backed by a solid team. However, there exists a situation in that ministry that I would like some clarity on. There are teachers who, over time, would have been elevated or promoted to the position of, or the post of senior teacher, heads of department, some cases, deputy principal. And these teachers would have been acting in these posts for, in some cases, 3, 4 years, maybe longer. And for that duration of time, these teachers have not received the stipend, the acting allowance, the monies that are due to them for a person in that position. I want to know how it is that you can have a situation in the ministry where persons can be working for such a long period of time and not being compensated, not being paid the stipend or the allowances. It's one question. And what measures are being put in place to address this vexing situation?
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Andrew. I'm going to ask the Permanent Secretary to speak to this matter, and if there's further elaboration required, Ms. Joy Adamson.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the question. Now, this issue has been brought to my attention in terms of the outstanding payments. And as the Minister indicated, Mrs. Joy Adamson will give some background behind some of these issues. I note that some of them may relate to situations where teachers, principals may have been appointed and probationary reports would have been outstanding. There may have been the payments may have been outstanding for other reasons, whether it be the process in terms of submission and analysis and checks and balances between the sections in the ministry. And then there's also the submission to the Ministry of Public Service to have approval in some cases for some of the payments to be made. Now, I held a meeting with the various sections involved, and I am quite aware that a lot of the payments have either been processed or, and in some cases, some would have been submitted to the Ministry of Public Service. So a lot of the issues should have been addressed. Mrs. Adamson would have to indicate if there are any that are still outstanding as far as it relates to the preparation of any reports. And I would also ask the financial controller to indicate whether there are any that may be outstanding that are to be processed through accounts. But I know that the hiccups that we may have been experiencing between pedagogy and personnel and accounts, that we implemented measures to reduce those bottlenecks and allow the payments to process. I agree that payment should not be outstanding for such a long time, and had there been a system in place before, I am pretty sure that this problem would not have continued for so long. So I will just ask Mrs. Allen, so let me repeat. I know that a lot of the allowances have been completed and would have been processed through accounts and submitted, and where necessary to submit to the Ministry of Public Service, that would have happened. If there are any outstanding, the ministry would wish to know so that those can be addressed as well. But I would ask Minister, through you, to have the Mrs. Joy Adamson and the financial controller make any further comments at this point.
Thank you, PS. Minister, thank you for the question. What the PS referred to just now was exactly what we would have done. We would have gone through any outstanding payments. I did make a check today, and there were 2, as far as I'm aware, at the primary level that are still outstanding in terms of reports, but it was because of a change of a principal that we have to now go back and try and get the probationary reports for those individuals. So if the minister has any person that still has not been processed, he can probably share that information with us, and then we will make sure to see what stage that particular individual is at. but we would have put things in place. Generally, the recommendation will come from the nursery and primary. It will go to our HR department. We process it, and then we send it to the Ministry of Public Service. So that process, and then once that okay comes through, then the financial controller will process those payments. So we are making sure that any backlog that we get rid of, but if you have any particular person that you want us to check on, you can share that information with us, and we will see where that stage is. But what the minister would have shared, what the PS would have shared, is exactly what we are doing in the ministry now at this stage.
Thank you, thank you. Minister, thank you on behalf of a grateful teaching fraternity. My next question has to do with the disparity that exists between those who explore or those who pursue studies in traditional academic subjects and those who pursue studies in technical and vocational training. For many years, TechVoc, as we call it, was seen as a second chance program, a second chance opportunity. But over time, that has changed. And I certainly while I was in the ministry, we would have tried to raise the profile of technical and vocational training. What I would like to know, however, is if you can shed some light on some of the plans that are being put in place to address this disparity as it relates to scholarships for those persons in the academic field, as opposed to the ones who pursue vocational training. What measures will be put in place to see to it that these students would still get the opportunity to pursue subjects at the level of a degree or a scholarship?
Honourable Member, dealing with that from two ends, one of the things that we were discussing just earlier is the idea that the same way there are, when we deal with certain disparities, of course this doesn't deal with all of the disparities, but certainly one disparity is that we have those scholarships for persons in academic pursuits, and we do not have similar scholarships for persons in the technical and vocational line, and that is certainly something that we would want to continue to explore to see how we can best bring better parity in that regard. I am also going to point to the fact that there is also a proposal as part of our reform program for there to be a greater profile for technical and vocational study, and that there be opportunities for awards in those areas as well. I'm going to ask also Ian Drakes from Samuel Jackman Prescott Polytechnic to weigh in on this subject at this time.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honourable Member, for that question. As it relates to addressing the disparity, I would want to say that about 3 years ago, the TVET Council, and I'm going to ask the Minister's permission to let Ms. Wendy McLean speak on that, would have submitted a proposal where we were looking at how tertiary institutions should be part of the scholarship award. And at this time, I would ask Ms. Wendy McLean to address that for us. Thank you. Honourable Minister.
The council, which is
Madam Officer, we are not hearing you at this end.
Apologies, apologies, sir. My name is Wendy McLean, Manager Technical Services at the TVET Council. With respect to the question concerning the technical and vocational persons being included in the scholarship program, the Council responded to an invitation from the Ministry a couple of years ago to submit recommendations in that regard, and that was done. But as we heard earlier this afternoon, the whole notion of scholarships is being reviewed. And so we hope that when it is completed, that certainly scholarships for technical and vocational education and training personnel and students would be included in that, because it is necessary in achieving parity of esteem. The honourable member also referenced to the opportunity for persons pursuing technical and vocational education and training to have the opportunity to pursue that training at a higher level. Right now, our training is predominantly at what we would call a level 2, transitioning to a level 3 at the SJPI. And the TVET Council also engaged in an initiative to develop technical associate and bachelor's degrees for the purposes of making higher level certification available for persons who teach in this stream, as well as students who want to go on to higher level education. Right now, once they have achieved maybe their technical certificates at the Institute of Technology, there is not much further for them to go in terms of an associate degree or a bachelor's degree. And so we have started that process with the ministry's blessings, and we have started work in collaboration with the Manufacturers Association in developing a degree in manufacturing technology. And the TVET Council has been working with members of staff from the Barbados Community College and with occupational experts from the Manufacturers Association to build out that degree. Also on the cards, we are working on a degree for game art and animation. And there are several other disciplines that we are identifying, and we will make the selection of priorities based on consultation with various industries. So just to let you know, we are intent on raising the bar of technical and vocational education and training and giving opportunities for persons in that stream to benefit from higher level certification and the recognition that this area of education deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one last quick question. Given the restart of face-to-face classes and the dependence on technology over the period, over the last 2 years or so, will there be a clear policy going forward on the use of cell phones in school? My reason for asking is that even as we speak, there are still students whose cell phones are being taken away in the schools. And the reason given is that there's still no clear policy as to whether these phones can be used in the school, and they're being confiscated for that reason. So just if you can shed some light on any plans of formulating a clear policy going forward, given what we have just been through with the COVID pandemic and the online modality, teaching modality.
Honourable Member, there is currently a no cell phone policy in school, and there is flexibility that is given at the sixth form level. I hear what you're saying, that as the ways in which persons are accessing the platforms for learning, that perhaps there may be a need for us to reconsider, but currently, until such time as that is reviewed and changed, the policy remains, and we will continue to review in light of the current circumstances. I'm going to ask the Chief Education Officer to speak on the matter, if she has anything else to add.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, I support what the Minister has said with regard to the policy, no cell phones at this time. However, given the advances that we've made with technology and utilizing technology in the learning environment, it certainly is something to consider moving forward. Maybe not limiting it only to cell phone use, but to other devices that can, of course, aid the student in fulfilling the objectives that he or she has. So it is something that we can consider. I don't see it as something hard and fast, as something static that we have to stick to slavishly for the next couple years. It is certainly something that can be reviewed given the advances made over the past 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your responses. I would like to, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Member for St. John.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions. One, St. John's Primary. This plant is a 90-year-old or so building. My question is, what is the process at the ministry in relation to having a new building constructed? I know there's an issue of funding, but what is the process in terms of looking at these buildings to see, well, this is no longer feasible because it is sick, like I said, and it is a tired building? The second question is in relation to customer service. I have constituents who would have applied to the ministry to teach for 7 or so years, never received a call, never received a letter of acknowledging the application. Can you speak to what is happening in relation to persons who apply for teaching positions, get no call, no kind of letter to acknowledge that they would have submitted an application? Thank you.
Member, I'm going to ask Francisco Miller from our management, technical management unit to speak to you with regards to the question on the St. John's Primary School. And following that, I'm going to ask Ms. Joy Adamson to speak to you with regards to the matter of applications and the service surrounding such.
The question, Minister. In terms of St. John Primary School, I recall that some years ago, a decision was made to look at some alternative sites for the school in terms of having government do an acquisition. However, no firm decision was taken on that possible location. However, I don't know if you're aware that we have recently carried out an electrical upgrade at the school, in which we would have done some civil works as well as some electrical works in the interim. That was last year, and prior to that, we would have done some additional work on that to try to get it to a livable, a situation where it can be occupied because of the soft stone. We know that the mold, the possibility of mold and moisture is always an issue. So we would have spent a sizable sum in order to mitigate against that in the interim. In terms of having an alternative, that would take some years in terms of designs, acquisition of property and stuff like that. So that is something that we can look into in the interim, but right now we just try to make the students and staff at the school as comfortable as possible while we look for alternative sites or funding in order to construct a new school. Thank you.
Sir, you just said that years ago you were looking at St. John's School, but now you're telling me it's going to take years again to do a design? I don't understand. So the years that you were looking, you were not planning the design then? I can show you a location in the constituency that can carry 2 primary schools when you're available.
Minister, that was prior to my time. I think the possible location was out by the St. John Post Office, near the playing field. But that never took hold. So we are open to it. That is not a problem. We are open to it.
Second question? Response to the second question?
Okay, Joy Adamson, Deputy Chief Education Officer responsible for schools. There's a process for applying to teach. There's an application form that's kept at the the reception, and then they're filed in HR. When there are openings, HR will supply the nursery and primary section, the school section, with the list of possible candidates, and then they're called for interview. As it relates to responding to persons by letter, that would be something that we would have to institute now, but I can tell you that we have several filing cabinets of applications for persons who have applied to teach. We also work very closely with Erdison Teachers Training College, and therefore some persons that we've been putting in recently have been graduates of those programs. So the processes, you apply, the database is kept in HR, and when there are openings, the school section would get the applications from HR. So I hope that answers your question, sir. And if you can share, I can see the 7 persons that persons who said they had several years, that we can look to see where we are in terms of where that person is placed in the database. Thank you. Anything else?
Honourable Member, I believe that you were asking about customer service and something as simple as an acknowledgement. I have difficulty understanding why at least an acknowledgement would not be possible. And I will certainly have to have some conversations to see whether or not just a simple acknowledgement even is possible, and then what else would need to happen in terms of making sure that people feel as if their application is at least valued, which is standard practice in terms of many organizations as part of their recruitment process.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As former Minister of Education, I just wanted to lend my voice as we come to the close of the debate to really just extend sincere thanks to the entire team in the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training. I want to commend the Honourable Minister. I know it's only been a few weeks, but I sense that she has gotten a firm grasp of the issues in a short space of time. I know that the first few weeks have been focused primarily on the return to school, and obviously a lot has had to be done in order for students to return to the school plant. Much has been said throughout the course of this debate as it relates to the agenda for government in terms of reform. And while we have been able to install a Director of Education Reform, a Deputy Director of Education Reform, I would like for the Chamber perhaps to hear a more fulsome picture of whether the Education Reform Unit, based on these estimates, is properly staffed for this financial year to be able to achieve what I consider to be a very important transformational agenda for this country in relation to education. We are coming out of the pandemic, or the worst effects of the pandemic, and obviously if we are to achieve the transformation in terms of the abolition of the 11+, the move to specialist institutions, centers of excellence, it is obviously going to require an outfitting of a department and some major reforms in terms of human resource personnel. So I just wanted to be clear. I know there's assistance from other agencies, but I think the country and certainly the House deserves an explanation as to the full picture in terms of whether we have enough staffing. And perhaps this is my way of making the plea to those in the Ministry of Finance, because I already know the answer, to ensure that we are properly staffed to be able to carry out the transformational agenda.
Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast, you haven't sat in this chair. I am sure that you perhaps know part of the answer to your question. We did, in fact, in these estimates, submit to ask for the further strengthening of that department. Not all of the resources that were requested were given. I believe that we are prepared to start walking from the resources that we have right now, but we recognize that for us to do this properly, we have to be able to pay for the type of transformation we are looking for. And we have to be able to make that investment knowing that the return will be significant. I am going to ask the Director of Education Reform if she has anything further she wishes to add.
Thank you, Minister. And thank you very much for raising that issue, Acting Prime Minister, because it really is a significant issue. There is a lot of work to be done in the reform agenda, and we cannot do it without adequate resourcing. I tell people every day that I am a typer. I am not a typist. But I find myself having to type so many things. And because I'm a typer, it holds me up from getting things done more quickly. So therefore, a simple clerk typist, for example, would help me very much. But there are so many things that we have to do now and do them simultaneously as we seek to begin the significant implementation of the restructuring of the system. We still have to be doing a whole lot of other things. We have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. And that takes resources. So therefore, I need to have those resources. A legal person, for example, might help, because as we go through what we are going to be doing and we recognize the legal implications, and I jot down notes, I need somebody that is able to take those notes and expand them accordingly so that we can send them on for legal drafting. There are a number of things that we are going to have to do, that we are going to have to interface with the unions and the teachers' organizations and so on. Therefore, we need somebody who can help us interface with those unions. We are going to have to do a lot of public communication. We need persons who are skilled in that area in order to help us do that. So there are resources that we require that will help us get on with the process a lot faster. And I would be very appreciative if the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of the Public Service could support us in that regard, because as the Minister said, it is going to be worth its weight in gold to the country when we are able to implement these reforms and see the results of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Michael West
Thank
Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me also join in congratulating the new minister, the Honourable Member in her new role, and I'm sure she will do exceptionally well as she's done in the past in her new role, and to all of her officials as well. Just one quick comment and perhaps a point for consideration. As you know, I represent St. Michael West Central, and in St. Michael West Central is the Lawrence T. Gay Memorial School. which also cater not only to the students within St. Michael West Central, but also in the neighboring constituency of St. Michael Northeast. And I wonder if it's at all possible if consideration could be given, if not in this year's, in the forthcoming year's estimates, if consideration could be given sometime, whenever you have the required resources, to maybe an auditorium covering the existing hardcore facility at the LT School. Too often when there's a need for prayers and other assemblies in the area, it is always challenging, especially when there's rainfall, and this oftentimes curtails certain activities. So I would just like to perhaps, Minister, ask you and your officials to consider, doesn't have to be right away because I understand the financial constraints that we are faced with, but if due consideration could be given to maybe an auditorium in that general area, especially over the hardcourt or in the outer area, just before the administrative block. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I am sure that as we get to prepare our estimates, hopefully for the next financial year, that we might be able to consider, but at this time, as you know, we are constrained, and we thank you for understanding, but we'll certainly keep it in mind. Thank you for raising it.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You may now proceed to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if you were able to hear the sigh that came from this room at the time that you said that. It was certainly not from me, but it was from the rest of the team. And in wrapping up, I certainly want to thank the Prime Minister at this time.
Certainly, Honourable Minister, seems to be a bunch of energy there.
The Honourable Member from St. Michael Southeast, who sat in this chair. She's now Prime Minister at this time, and I really want to thank her for the tremendous work that she has done in this ministry to bring it this far, and the support that she has given me in making the transition at this particular time. But as we move forward with the estimates for the 2022-2023 year, we want to continue to make equitable access to quality education for boys and girls alike a priority. We want to continue to make sure that the system that we will evolve over this next year will be geared towards the needs of students, including those with special needs and disabilities. We will want to ensure that the synergies that we have already seen and that we have already started to work with programs across government to share space, to build skills, and to create other linkages, whether it's with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, whether it's with agriculture, whether it's with the economy, or any other area. We look forward to coding and robotics taking prominence as we seek to ensure that we are preparing our children for the jobs of the future. We want to continue to work towards a healthier Barbados. That linkage Ministry of Health through our school meals and the reform that we're seeking to do there is significant. We also want to continue to make sure that technical and vocational training, the need is the ability to respond to the need is expanded, and that indeed we are able to give the proper kinds of certification that will run the full gamut of our educational system. With that, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I wish to thank the entire team here at the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, who have really and truly been there. They have met, they have shared, they have done their best, and I know that they will continue to put their best foot forward for the people of Barbados. That said, sir, I beg to move that Head 87 in the sum of $354,943,272 as amended stand part.
The question is, that head 87, as amended, stand part.
Correct.
All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do not report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 10 minutes past 7.
The question is that this Honorable Chairman will be suspended until 10 minutes after 7. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This Honorable Chairman stands suspended until 10 minutes after 7. This sitting is resumed. We return to Standing Finance Committee.
Standing Finance Committee is resumed.
Sir, head 10, Office of the President, $1,290,424.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 10 stand part.
The question is that head 10 stand part. All honourable members in favor, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. I think the ayes have it.
Head 11, Ministry of the Public Service, $4,896,031.
Chair, I beg to move that head 11 stand part.
The question is that head 11 stand part. All honourable members in favor, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. We think the ayes have it.
Head 12, Parliament, $11,588,724.
Chair, I beg to move that head 12 stand part.
The question is that head 12 stand part. All honourable members in favor, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 13, Prime Minister's Office as amended, $149,106,289.
Chair, I beg to move that head 13 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 13 stand part as amended. All honourable members in favor, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. We think the ayes have it.
Head 15, Cabinet Office as amended, $17,719,302.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 15 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 15 stand part as amended. All honourable members in favor, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 17, Ombudsman, $459,291.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 17 stand part.
The question is that head 17 stand part. All honourable members in favor, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 18, Audit, $704,669.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 18 stand part.
The question is that head 18 stand part. All honourable members in favor, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 19, Treasury, $54 million.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 19 stand part.
The question is that head 19 stand part. All honourable members in favor, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 27, Ministry of Tourism and International Transport as amended, $24,023,570.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 27 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 27 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 29, Director of Public Prosecutions, $897,140.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 29 stand part.
The question is that head 29 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 30, Attorney General, as amended, $79,340,236.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 30 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 30 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 31, recommitted, and as amended, Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology, $41,051,532.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 31 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 31 as amended and recommitted stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 32, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, $62,626,877.
I beg that head 32 stand part. Wait a second.
The question is that head 32 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 33, Minister of Home Affairs and Information, as amended, $61,914,615.
Chair, I beg to move that head 33 stand part as amended.
The question is that head 33 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 34 as amended, Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, $323,130.
I thought you didn't cut my money, man. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 34 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 34 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 35, recommitted, and as amended, Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, $98,145,770.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move the head 35 stand part as amended. Thank you.
The question is that head 35 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 50, Post Office, $11,191,391.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move the head stand part.
The question is that head 50 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 81, recommitted, Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources, in the sum of $112,722,601.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 81 do not stand part as amended.
The question is that head 81 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 82 as amended, Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, $53,834,035.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 82 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 82 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 84, Ministry of Labor, Social Security, and, sorry, I'll go back. Social Security and Third Sector, as amended, $848,329.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 84 as amended stand part.
I didn't call what?
The question is that head 84 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 86, recommitted, Ministry of Health and Wellness, in the sum of $258,061,231.
Mr. Chairman, I beg that head 86 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 86 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 91, recommitted, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, in the sum of $50,545,678.
I beg that head 91 stand par.
The question is that head 91 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 92, recommitted, Ministry of Energy and Business Development, in the revised sum of $42,793,301.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 92 as amended stand part.
The question is that head 92 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 93, Ministry of Housing and Lands and Maintenance, $104,715,153.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that head 93 stand part.
The question is that head 93 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 1 stand part.
The question is that clause 1 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 2 as amended stand part.
The question is that clause 2 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 3 stand part.
The question is that clause 3 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 4 stand part.
The question is that clause 4 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the schedule as amended be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule as amended be the schedule to the bill. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in Standing Finance Committee.
The question is that I do know.
And the estimates of revenue and expenditure.
The question is that I do not report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill and the estimates in Standing Finance Committee. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The bill was amended? The chairman of committee has reported the passing of one bill as amended in the Standing Finance Committee. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the adjournment of the House until Monday, the 14th of March at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber be adjourned until Monday, the 14th day of March, 2022 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands adjourned until Monday, the 14th day of March, 2022 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.